And we're going to be playing some Hollywood Animals. This is a tycoon-style game that you start a Hollywood studio in the vaguely, like, 1930s and all that kind of stuff. You already like the devs just for the statement? Yeah. Hollywood Animal covers a large part of the 20th century and portrays many features of the film industry and society as a whole. Among them, manifestations of discrimination, intolerance, and various forms of violence. We believe that to ignore and suppress these matters, no matter how terrible and unfair they may seem, would be to pretend they never existed. Plus, if you know anything about Hollywood in its early days in like the 1910s, 20s, 30s, that kind of days, it got, like, you had the mob involved, you had drug, you had like literally people assassinating each other. That is much louder than I want it to be. It was a very brutal time to be in business. Like lots and lots of mob connections are going on during that time. So this game lets you do that. Like, literally, if you've got your competing studio and they got their big movie that they're working on and you're like, oh man, they're kicking the crap out of me, you can just assassinate their lead actor. It's fine. Also, actors are only allowed to work for one studio. Yep, you were signed up contractually and all that. But you get the idea. It was real cutthroat. When you hear the term cutthroat industry, it got literally sometimes. But with that said, the gist of it is you start the studio in the early 1900s, and what ends up happening is you've got, I don't remember, it's like 4 or 5 other studios. And unlike a lot of these tycoon type games, when you have competitors, usually it's like a lot of just kind of hand washing away, that you just do your thing, and all they do is they like might just kind of fudge the numbers in the background. This one, that is not the case. This one I have to worry about what might end up happening to me, as I might be trying to make my movie and someone might murder my lead actor or frame them for drug use or whatever. You also run into stuff here because this is the age of prohibition here in the US. So this is the time frame where you weren't allowed to sell liquor. Just, it was a dry country. So it is the days of the speakeasy, which were like all these underground, when I say underground, like hidden bars and all that sort of stuff. When the mafia, their main money was just smuggling alcohol. You had like lots of moonshiners and all that kind of stuff. But anyways, without any further thing, let's go ahead and check their settings to see what they have for accessibility, because they do always like to go with that. And there is not a lot here, which doesn't necessarily imply a problem. As I always say, I like to celebrate when people have good accessibility stuff, but sometimes people just develop their games such that you don't need them in the first place. But yeah, that's the entire settings, is just volume, windowed mode, resolution, display. So this is early access, but if you look at that number up there, it's relatively close to full release early access from the looks of it. You would recommend checking the controls. Gotcha. So we've got our different tabs: pause, speed up camera, and move camera. So you liked okay, Universal never changed their tactics over year we consume. But see, did you know RKO lost movies to Universal? So that's part of why RKO is not around. Alright, so with that said, let's go ahead and start a brand new game. And honestly, part of the other reason we switched off of Into the Dead is while I enjoy the game, I'm not really in the mood for like a game that's trying to be like that here, feel the feels kind of thing. Yeah, so refresh your browser. It is updated. The year is 1929, and the hedonism of the 20s gives way to the Great Depression. Oh, I have to click continue. The advent of the talkie heralds a golden age of Hollywood, and a life gives way to cinema. Film companies fiercely compete for market and influence, and the strong devour the weak. You purchased a bankrupt studio to build a new business on its ruins. Okay.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
An interesting pick of voice. I mean, that'd be like your 1910s, 20s, 30s radio host. All right. Mostly ethical studios. Excellent. Okay, I see that we're sticking with an animal theme here. The vulture. You picked the wolf? Yeah, there's a lot of fun animals there. I like the ridiculous eyes in some of these. Is there a giraffe? Honestly, it's hard to tell some of the animals. Like, a lot of them are straightforward. Like, that's a lion of some kind, vulture, zebra. There's a llama. Or an alpaca, probably a llama. That could be a lot of things. Deer. That could be a couple different things. Lemur. No, there was one that looked more lemur-like, but it could be in the right area. We got a goat. We got a really angry goat is what we got. You like the peacock and lion? The peacock's pretty good. Peacock is one of the ones I'm debating. I think I might go. And that's just Simba. Yeah, that's the one I would say is a lemur. Not sure what you're supposed to be. Maybe an owl? Was that a jackalope? Oh, I thought it was just a deer. Yeah, no, it's just a deer. And that's like a ram. I think I'm gonna go with a peacock. Cool. Alright, name your executives. Movies are not made by actors, but are not made by actors and directors. Your film studio also employs people who quietly keep the machine running behind the scenes. What are their names? Well, you know what's happening, chat. And who wants to work for a mostly ethical company? All right. So I'll give you a minute to like get those names in and all that, so we can get all that set up. Yeah, so you've got our legal executive, our public relations executive, and our financial executive. Can I change the portrait, or is it just... Okay, it's literally we're just changing the names. I gotcha, that's fair. But yeah. And we'll get into the tycoon part, and like... I think one of the things that's going to make this game a little bit more interesting from a tycoon standpoint is because of all the underhandedness and like random events and all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's going to make it have more of a story to it. Whereas when you play a typical tycoon game, you get yourself set up to be financially stable, and then once you've done that, you can just kind of slowly expand, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of tycoon games don't make for the greatest content to watch. But this one, because, you can have your lead actor get assassinated, or, start doing political favors or embezzlement or whatever else they got in here. It's also very easy to overextend yourself and dig a hole money-wise. I mean, that's true of a lot of these games. All right, I'm going to start drawing so we don't sit here forever. So the first person, Doppelganger, congratulations. You are our legal representation. Your services will likely be heavily needed. And we got our public relations person, and that's going to be Grande Cleso. And then finally, we got our financial executive, who's going to be Canahawk. All right. So we need to make our first movie. Along with the studio grounds, you were receiving footage from an unfinished movie. Filming was completed but was never edited. You'll need to complete the picture. What is this movie? So we've got Limpin' Luke, which is 50% action, 50% adventure, Wild West. We've got Blind Love, which is 70% romance, 30% comedy in a modern American town. And we've got Messenger of Death, which is 60% detective, 40% thriller, and a modern American city. Or financials are screwed, you're terrible at math. I mean, let's be honest, chat. Westerns are boring. And a whole bunch of people just scream and grab their hair and be like, no. I actually was never big on Westerns. They're fine. Like, I should take this with the whole thing. I was never big on Western movies. Like, Red Dead Redemption and all those I really enjoyed. But, like, Western movies, honestly, were just not my thing. You choose Messenger of Death. Yeah, no, I feel like you can go with this. So this is, if we're doing, like, our Dick Tracy style movies and all that. And then this would be, you know, I don't know. I'm thinking Western shows greater than Western movies. I was just never into either of them. They're fine. Like, it's not like I watch and I have a bad time or anything. It's just kind of like, oh. You vote Messenger also. It seems to be a pretty strong split between Blind Love and Messenger of Death. We can go detective. We can go detective. Or love. There's I think Messenger of Death is leading, but there is a lot of people going for love. We'll just have to make the next movie a detective, love, thriller, comedy, action, sci-fi, whatever. All right, so making Messenger of Death. Events. There's a prison break. One gloomy morning, 7 Quentin bounty prisoners stunned the guard, snuck into a warehouse, and escaped the prison to a hidden truck. Most of the fugitives were serving for the theft and assault, but one of them was a true menace. If you click on the text for more details on the screen are too small, you can use the scroll wheel to zoom in. I don't... Oh, like, click the zoom wheel. Alright, well, I'd rather you just let me zoomed in normally, but okay. That's still better than nothing. I'd rather I could just zoom in, but that's okay. Alright. So, themes and events. Alright, so the antagonist is a serial killer. Let's see, that prisoner's name is Nick Crow, but the papers called him the Courier. He brought flowers to young women and then murdered them. After 5 murders, the police captured the courier on a lucky break, but they never were able to determine his motives. I mean, he's murdering women. I don't think we really need to dig into that farther. I feel like premeditated murder. Kind of, yeah, sure, whatever. The maniac's first victim was his own fiancée, but the choice of the rest of the girls seemed random. Let's see. The very next day after the escape, the courier was already returned to his old way. Dressed like a messenger, he delivered flowers to young Rita Peterson, and stabbed her to death. Bill Zeman, Rita's fiancé, returned from work that evening to find his beloved dead upon the floor. As his own, his own desperate screams echoed through the neighborhood. Cool, man. And so the antagonist is being played by Edward Peterson. Can I change your name? Nope, can't do anything with that right now. That's fine. The protagonist is a detective. Bill had little faith in the local police, so he hired a private investigator, Harry Burroughs. Harry was a young man, but he had a sharp wits and keen mind, enough to solve dozens of difficult cases, and even earn himself a reputation of being a genius. Rita and I had just gotten engaged, Bill Zeman offered helplessly to Harry as he examined the crime scene. The police had already taken away the body, but the bouquet of roses still remained on the living room floor. Compliments of the courier. And Joe Duvall is playing our protagonist. Again, this is a movie, so where it's like, oh, it's a murder. It's a movie. It's not real. Harry looked around the house and talked to the neighbors, but he couldn't catch a lead. He decided to contact Kathy Watts, a journalist who covered the Courier murders in detail. Kathy came right away, carrying her hefty file. She got right to the point. After the previous murders, I talked to Crow's friends and learned... It's interesting that we're just walking through the entire movie. Talked to Crow's friends and learned about a cheap old shack he acquired long ago. It's past the city limits heading north. I told the police about the place when they arrested Crow 2 years ago, but they just brushed me off. They figure the case is already closed. And that's being played by Bessie Patterson, who is the sidekick of the leading character. Themes and events, so we're searching for a killer. Harry and Kathy hit the road, and soon enough, they found the right house. It was a broken-down hut, obviously unsuitable to live in, but our heroes saw a man at the front door of the house, locking the door. As Harry's car approached, the stranger took off running towards the woods. Harry drew his gun, left from the car, but the man was already gone. We scared him off. Let's look inside. With that, Harry kicked down the door, and the shack was practically empty. A carved wooden box drew Harry and Kathy's attention. Inside were 6 diamond rings. Trophies. Rita Peterson was recently engaged, and the courier is engaged to his first victim. What about the rest of the girls? Harry asked. Kathy flipped through the documents full of interesting. All of the victims were soon getting married. Harry and Kathy trawled recent newspapers looking for engagement announcements. 2 couples surfaced. Rita and Bill, a tragedy already familiar with us, and also a certain Sandy Wick and her fiancé Tom. Harry and Kathy visited Sandy, who was happy to speak of yesterday's strange visitor. Yes, some messenger came with a bouquet of roses. No card, no note, just bouquet. I decided it must be some kind of mistake, and I didn't take the flowers. The messenger apologized and just left. Harry immediately had a plan. He and Kathy hired a photographer and posed as an engaged couple. They made sure to capture Harry's rented brick house, and only one in the area. They advertised their engagement in the newspaper's morning edition and paid an extra $10 to have the photo printed beside the article. At noon the next day, there was a knock at the door. Kathy opened it, and there stood Nick Crow, the courier, smiling nervously in the doorway with a bouquet of roses. This is from a secret admirer. Kathy feigned delight, took the roses, and ran to put in a vase, leaving the door wide open. The courier stepped into the house, pulled out his knife, raised it, and then felt a pistol to his temple. Harry's pistol. The finale. The antagonist gets punished. The courier grew wild. You don't understand. 2 years ago, I was supposed to marry my dear Rachel, when suddenly she starts receiving anonymous bouquets. I became jealous. But she just laughed and accepted all the flowers. No matter how many and how secret they may be. 1 week later, I caught her in some jerk's car. All of these animals are the same. First they'll say it's only flowers, and then they'll break your heart. They deserve to be punished. The courier won't be delivering any more flowers. This time, he's a sentence to the electric chair. Harry added another win to his list of cases. Kathy wrote a book about the courier. She called it Messenger of Death. This shows the movie commercial appeal. The higher it is, the more easily the film will succeed with the general audience. This shows the movie artistic appeal. The higher this is, the more recognition you can expect from a sophisticated audience. The film's commercial and artistic appeal may change after each stage of development. The film The Messenger of Death received these ratings after the work on the script was completed. The screenwriter, Maurice Fox, loves to write detective stories. Thanks to his experience and talents, the investigation turned out to be suspenseful and intriguing. The story's elements came through to form a coherent whole. After pre-production, the film's ratings rose even higher. Casting famous actors is the surest way to boost commercial and artistic appeal. But other factors also influence the rating, including quality of scenery and modern equipment. Let's see. So the scheduled filming time was 60 days. The actual filming time was 82 days. After the production phase, the film's commercial appeal declined. The lead actor became seriously ill and couldn't fight. He couldn't fight and looked too thin. However, the film's artistic appeal grew. Joe Duvall tried to make up for his lack of physique with the subtlety of his acting. Production problems were reflected in the lengthened schedule. Unfortunately, the actor passed away after finishing the work on the film. Alright. So basically, our lead actor died, and that gave us very high artistic appeal. This is how much money the studio has spent on the picture. This isn't the final budget, as work of the film is not yet complete. This is how creators of Messenger of Death imagined their potential audience. When you start shooting your own films, you'll identify your own audience. Messenger of Death is a subtle psychological thriller with a dark atmosphere and engaging dialogue. The film's audience are adult men and women, people who only enjoy serious tone and intricate plot. Let's see, time to send the footage to post-production to complete the film. Click to move the movie card. Assign employees to handle the editing and scoring. At present, the studio's personnel are not the most qualified, but over time their skills will grow. Alright. So we've got Emma and we've got Oliver. Okay, so looking at it, we've got Emma Berry is generally just fine. Can I change her names? Yeah, so go with her. The other guy I noticed had alcoholic. Oh, good. We've got Louise Murphy here, who is a racist. Cool. And is ever so slightly better than Lee Wood. We're going with Lee Wood, because screw that. We also need to decide who will develop the film and record the music and sound effects. Outside contractors are always ready to help with this. So, film development. So, we can pay next to nothing. We can pay basically about half as much to get it done in 1.5 times it long for a lower quality. I'll pay the extra. Because this one, it looks like they've already sunk a lot of money into it. So I definitely don't want to cheap out on the end. Same deal here. This one actually will take slightly longer. But again, we want to keep the quality up. Yeah, we're literally going to go across the board, and they're going to be medium quality across there. Yeah, no, that's the game did warn us that's like, yeah, there's gonna be stuff that, you know, you're gonna have people who are like misogynistic, alcoholics, racist, whatever, and they were very much like, hey, we're like to not include this is to erase history kind of thing. So we're gonna start post production because they are trying to depict a really messed up area of Hollywood where, again, literal cutthroat. All right, you're planning out the post production, but until you assign a department head, you won't be able to get things moving. To hire new employees, first appoint an executive to head up your HR department. Right, so we got the other part of our executive team. So add a human resources person. I was hoping I'd get to rename these people. We might be able to once we get in there. All right, so some things we're getting here is we've got contracts for different numbers of years. We've got how happy and how loyal they are. And then they could also speed up production. Okay. So I think I'm going to go with this one because the cost is lower. These two are very comparable on almost all their stats. But this one's a 4-year contract for twice as much, and this is a 3-year contract for half as much. So I think I'm going to go with the 3 years since I don't really know what we do and don't want. So I'm going to go on the cheap because we're not losing quality there. All right, missing department heads, post-production, higher distribution head, and maintenance head. Okay. Here we go. Higher head. All right, so this one we got 2 3-years and a 4-year, but the 4-year guy is kind of garbage so far as all that. Why are you so much cheaper? You seem like you're just better, but you're way cheaper. Am I missing some really important statistic? Because, like, you are just better than those two on those stats. The upgrade bonuses are better than them. Alright, I guess we're just going with Hanny Cooper because cheaper could be good, bad. Yeah. It could be that he has, like, some problematic thing. Post-production has begun. Here you can see how far the product is along and how quickly it's progressing. Alright, so you're doing your thing. Meanwhile, we go ahead and we don't have all our heads hired. So we got the next department. And this is kind of the same thing. It might be they're giving us cheap people right at the beginning just to help out. Because you're basically kind of in line with the other two. You're like split the difference. But again, like a fifth the price. And a longer contract. And then the last set of department, which is maintenance. Okay, this one we don't have a standout for like someone really cheap. So it's looking like Timothy over here is probably our best bet. They're just the best one for a long shot. These two cost about the same amount. So it could save a little bit of money per year, but I mean, honestly. Maybe the other ones are blacklisted? No idea. It's time to start working on a new movie. First, build a department for developing scripts. Okay, so we've got the script department. That will cost anywhere from $160,000 to $535,000. It has a pretty significant amount of electricity and water consumption, as best I can tell. And it will have a staff of somewhere in the area of 40 people. I wonder why I can or can't build it in certain places. I think it's how much they overlap the circles. Yeah, that's exactly. I was thinking it's a circle overlap thing, which is a weird way of doing it, but okay. Sure. All right, developers. Okay, so these are people to build it. I can make it different conditions. So basically, I can spare no expense and make it as nice as possible. Or we can really, 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 really cut all our corners and do all that. I have no concept of the money or how much we're gonna do this. I'm gonna go big on this. This might be a mistake. But it feels like the scriptwriter is the thing we're gonna... Oh, that's cool. It adds the roads automatically. Let's see, you can speed up or slow down the passage of time. Fair enough. Yeah, so it's estimating 30 days left, and that's how we're doing on the movie. Gotcha. So one of these is going to be like the script writing, the filming, and the editing. So the idea is you'd want to have movies working through all these different phases at the same time. So right now I am going with the little bit more focus on that. What is this? Let's see. Gerstein Bear Brothers released Diplomatic Refusal. At least they asked no questions. Okay, so these are my competitors and what movies they're releasing. Yeah, no, it definitely looks like it adds a bunch of stuff to it and all that. Yep, so we're building that. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and look and see what's under there. So we got post-production, distribution, those buildings we already have, and that's locked us from being able to get any of the others. We have advanced, which is the maintenance one. So it looks like there's a decent number of buildings. We've got a story workshop. That's another button we don't have access to because thing. How's the game seem so far? It seems good so far. We're very early in tutorial land. So we're figuring that out. Like, basically, we just started, so we're learning it. But it does seem like there's going to be a decent amount of depth. Oh, let's see if we can look at our staff somehow. Doesn't look like it. I was going to see if we could change the name on more of our staff, but it might just be we don't have access to the screen to doing that. So it's kind of weird that we got to choose the name of our executive staff, but then no one else we can. Did you eat yet? I ate before stream. Is that true? I think that's true. Yes, because I got a bowl over there. Yeah. It's a weird day today because Tomb is working a third. So I ate before stream, so I'll be eating again after stream. Let's see. Canahawk. So Canahawk goes, I got divorced a couple years ago, and I figured I was out of chances until I met Gilda. We spend all our time together. We can't get enough of each other. It's always like that at the beginning. But we've been together over a year now, and we're like a drug for each other. I feel guilty even mentioning it, but when Gilda visits me at work, I absolutely cannot concentrate. She raptures me. Yesterday, I nearly made a mistake in the paperwork that could have cost the studio a lot of money. Please do me a favor and help me fight this addiction. Let's introduce some kind of access control so Gilda can't just walk into my office. Yes, my heart will be broken, like any drug addiction, but I'd hate to hurt your business and ruin your career. Okay. All right. You can't just be like, hey, could you just tell, like, the girlfriend or whatever that not show up at work? Oh, that's weird. That's a really weird one. So Canahawk has relatively low happiness and decent loyalty. And I can say, sure, we'll start controlling access. We've got to fight our addictions. This will increase Canahawk's loyalty to me, but make them less happy. Or we can say, are you crazy? Enjoy it while you can, which will increase their happiness, but hurt their loyalty. I'm gonna do so. Like the way I'm looking is, I don't know the value between happiness and loyalty. Candlehawk's happiness is a little on the low side, so I'm going to do this to kind of balance it. So we'll bump that up to 48, and that'll drop down to 44. That's a weird one. It's like, hey man, you gotta set your boundaries. You gotta be like, hey, love you, babe, but like, I can't have you just dropping into the office all the time. Well, my fear is if I let their happiness get too low, that there'll be a consequence. So I'm seeing it as a balancing thing. All right. So we took a little bit of a hit on our appeal. The film's commercial and artistic ratings dropped a bit. Don't be upset. You did everything you could. Your studio's still low-level employees in technology. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so it's basically like your employees suck, so you know, you lost a little rating. And everyone got a little bit of experience. All right, so we have to select a poster. I'm gonna go with the third one. All right, so Messenger of Death. The release calendar displays all the films being shown across America in the foreseeable future. The studio's previous owners already chose the release date for the film. You'll choose the release date for the next film yourself. You don't just own a studio, but a whole network of 91 cinemas. You can run your films in your cinemas for free, but that's not going to be enough to reach a wide audience. You'll need to rent theaters if you want a solid box office receipts. The studio's previous owners already arranged this and paid the film's rental costs. The first week, the film's scheduled to be shown 7,185 times. Some 3,185 of these screenings will take place in your cinema, leaving 4,000 screenings across other cinemas. Next time, you'll have to plan this and pay the rental cost yourself. The screenings and the rentals are scheduled out 4 weeks from release. Once expired, you can extend the rentals if you think the film can still make profit. They'll start printing the film tomorrow and will be finished and ready for distribution in 5 weeks. Distribution goes out all at once they're finished printing. Printing speed and cost vary by contractor. The studio's previous owner already paid to have this film printed. Yeah, so the first film, they basically just give you a win. You can just influence how much. Typically, a film will begin promos a few weeks before the premiere, so the advertising has time to gain momentum. The studio's previous owners already arranged the advertising campaign, but in the future, you'll decide everything yourself. Your film is being promoted by an advertising agency. It's time to tell them the audience you should target. The studio's previous owner already paid for the agency for the promotion of the 3 films. After that, you'll have to arrange advertising yourself. Okay, so the movie, we were told, is going to be suited for adults. That has like intricate stories and all that kind of stuff. So we're gonna go for the adults. Audiences will soon start watching your first film. Good luck. Yeah, no, I was just thinking the same thing, is it feels like it's a little bit of a front-loaded tutorial where we're getting hammered with a lot of stuff, but not being able to stop and do a lot of that stuff. So that by the time we get back around to actually doing it ourselves, it almost feels like I'm not going to remember. Let's see, imagine studios paying theaters to run their films instead of theaters having to pay out the wazoo to screen films. But yeah. Alright, so we got Kenneth Thomas, our head of distribution. You ask me, Messenger of Death is a surefire hit. A farewell film by a young star. The story has soul, but it will all go to waste unless it's released at the right moment. The studio's former owners were mindful of these things, and they scheduled the production carefully, and chose a good window for releasing the film, right when the public would be hungry, and there was practically no competition. But when the old studio closed its door, those parasites from Margins Pictures decided Messenger of Death would never see the light of day. I don't know who was pulling their strings, but they've convinced all theater owners to give them our slots. The film the Margins are releasing instead, and doesn't even have a title yet. But you know what kind of slop they serve at the audience. Probably something like Yesterday's Fart, Wet Armpits. Truth is on our side, we have all the documents, but a court battle would be long and pointless. We'll miss this moment, and no compensation will cover that. Instead, I suggest we use all our connections and all our influence to remind the theater owners that the agreements have to be honored. Yeah, so we don't know what the rest of the schedule is, but basically it seems like that's going to be a whole thing. Let's, agree. Let them know that a deal is a deal, and we get our slots back. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go with that. Because otherwise I'm worried that this will be a reoccurring kind of thing, that we get bullied. So we're going to push back. You can spend influence points, IP, to advance your interest and solve problems in various and often unconventional ways. Right, so this is influence points. I don't know how we generate those yet, but it looks like we've got straight up cash, influence, and reputation that we can all use as currencies of some time. Yeah. Well, right now they got everything set. We haven't had a chance to do that. Nah, but I get what you're saying. You make a film and you're like, all right, we're gonna plaster wrong every theater everywhere. But then it ends up being just an okay film, and so as a result, you just obliterate your wealth. If you ever played like Software Inc., it'd be kind of the equivalent of going, all right, print out 10 million copies of my software that I think I'm gonna sell. And then it does, like, really badly, and you sell, like, 5,000 units, and you're just sitting here on this giant mountain of copies, and you're like, what the heck am I supposed to do with this? Alright. Last month you spent $100,000, or $130,000 on employee salary, and $2,300 on utilities. Let's see. Construction of the script department is going according to plan so far, but there's a small snag. According to the architect's vision, a large red leaf maple should be the central decoration element. The contractors found a suitable tree in a reserve on the border between Ontario and Minnesota, and already agreed to the price of transportation. But the inspector who issues the permit is playing coy. He says he can't say how long the paper will take, maybe a week, maybe a month or two. You know as well as I do, sometimes you need to grease the gears. $200 in cash and the tree will be on the road to California tonight. Let's see, I don't want all our plans disrupted because some petty bureaucrat. Yeah, $200 is nothing when we're talking millions. Let's see, when an issue needs to be resolved quickly and discreetly, the funds of the studio bank can be useless. In those situations, it gets tricky. Cash is king. Oh. I see. So I have my like total monetary assets in the bank, and then I've got like cash money. So both are my money, but one is like liquid and one thing. Yeah, well, no, the problem is I can't start my next movie until that goes, and the implication is that I could be delayed a significant amount of time. And that's the balance there. It's like literally no movies get to be made until this gets sorted, which is kind of annoying. One is black, one is white. I'm missing what we're talking about there. We could always bury extra copies in the desert like E.T. But yeah, the money. Yeah, I'm assuming like when we deal with stuff. Script department. The screenwriters turn ideas into screenplays. Condition 100%. All right, so we need to hire a head for our script department. So looking at this, so we have this, which is like the generation of whatever these are. Oh no, this is I could spend resources at a hire. That's interesting. All right. So you're kind of a balance between the two. You're really happy but not very loyal, and you're really loyal but not that happy. Okay. It's not a really good... Well, I mean, both of these are about 60. I'm going to go with this one. Mark Scott's going to be on the team. Favorite genres. Create your favorite genres. This is what your writing team will specialize in. Okay, so now we need to decide. I have to choose 3 genres that we specialize in. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? This game feels pretty fresh. Have there been games of this time before? There have, but this is a very different take. Detective, comedy, romance. I'm kind of liking the idea... Oh, I was gonna say historical comedy. And it's the last one I'm kind of going. So, like, History of the World Part 2, that kind of thing. But it's the last one, whether it's, like, an adventure, a detective... Detective comedy feels weird. If it's an action movie, thriller... This doesn't mean all of them being in one movie. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Right. It's just the one you're choosing, the Pink Panther, yeah. Yeah, I think we'll do adventure. Yeah, so comedy, adventure, and historical. Alright, these are the screenwriters remaining from the studio's former staff. What are their names? Alright, so we got our first screenwriter, and that's going to be... Bordis Lost. And then we got our next screenwriter, and that's going to be Papa Monster. And then we got our last screenwriter. The queue is not actually empty. I still haven't fixed that bug because I always forget about it. Earth Rush Stoney. Okay, so we actually have decent character limit. To begin work on a new script, select the script department building. The department worked up several ideas for the first script. Okay. Choose any idea you like, and the screenwriter will develop that farther. So we have the choices of an action movie starring a cop in the modern American city, or a historical movie in a modern American city featuring a knight. Well, we do specialize in historical, despite how dubious I am of a knight in a modern American city. Okay, so we look at our different people. Right, so we've got our ones to specialize. So Earth Rush Stoney, well, is our least experienced one. It is apparently lazy. All right, but they're still our historical one, so they are going to take this on. This is their specialty. Yeah, so we got here what? Lazy, that's going to be gambling. Yeah, gambling and racist. Cool. King Arthur goes to LA. All right, so they're working on that. Continuing to develop your film studio is key to your success. Pick an upgrade for the department. Yeah, it's just the way the game is. Like, obviously, don't take it personally or anything like that. Read second one as well, maybe? Well, we probably want to wait till the first one's done. No matter who is working on your script, in your script department, no one knows better than you what films need to be successful. With this upgrade, you can write your own stories. Some improvements take a while. Department heads will, in time, learn to speed up the process, so it's wise to hold on to your experienced employees. Okay, so basically I'll be able to make my own stories and not be required to go through my writers all the time. Let's see, reverse of Connecticut Yankee King Arthur's Court, maybe? Alright. What are these symbols trying to tell me? Oh! Oh, I see. Right, all of these. So we've got our PR department. I can double reputation for profitable films, or we could donate to charity to earn reputation points. Profitable films increase your reputation twice as much. Sure, it doesn't have a cost to it. It just takes forever. HR department. We can... Opens the services department where you can offer your employees gift services and entertainment. Ethnic composition. Maintain ethnic composition of the studio to increase the overall speed. Right, so we basically start trying to have practices for agile mothballing buildings, cheap illegals, staff. Oh, all right. Let's just we'll go and get the service department as opposed to violating labor laws. We'll get there eventually. Opens the option to borrow $500,000. Okay, so that's the option to do it, not actually doing it. And then legal, we only have one option here, which is raise the quality of your legal protection from low to average. Because those I imagine it's just my things. Those laws just suggest, I mean, in the 1930s. You're close to the right, and you're like, oh man, there's so much here. So maintenance, so we can have a repair crew. With a repair crew, you'll be able to repair buildings. Medium landscaping, a reasonable amount of landscaping on the studio grounds. Power plant, build a power plant to generate your own electricity. And a water tower to generate your own water. Let's get the repair crew first, because I'm sure we're going to need that no matter what we do. Premier Messenger of Death. Joe Duvall in Messenger of Death. Add a tagline. Oh man, this is gonna be so grim, because Joe Duvall was an actor who died in the game. And this is like their last movie, so it's kind of the way of giving you kind of a win. He literally died for this. Mostly ethical productions. MCM. Sure. Yep, he literally died for this. And we have the distribution department. So we can see open analyst statistics to gather information about the film's target audience and organize its advertising campaigns. Opens the theater management building for buying and selling cinemas. Opens a marketing and outreach buildings. Opens a printing office where you can print duplicates of your films in 5 weeks. I'm going to go with the theater one because they talk about like how much the theater can be a pain point. I would like to abuse my competitors with that. Let's see. The KinoMark rating system measures the audience reviews on the day of the premiere. If you're sure you released a quality film, but people aren't appreciating it, then you may have lured the wrong audience to the theaters. A+, 5 stars. Like an exciting detective story whose title mirrors the tragic fate of the film star. Could this really be just a coincidence? A fascinating farewell from a real actor's actor. The tragedy that the film's title would turn out to be so prophetic. For our beloved Joe Duvall. You might find it difficult to sit through this brutal, chilling film, but Joe Duvall's triumphant role rewards the effort. His death is a tragedy to every woman. Oh, jeez. Yeah, he was such an amazing guy. All women have lost a little today. That is not a great take. A movie that will constantly keep you in suspense. The main villain is so creepy you could faint. Anyone who watches this film will have dreams about the knife scene for a long time. So basically, really well performed. And a bunch of our staff got a little XP. And the actors and all that got levels. So we have the amount spent. That's progressing, and I want to keep getting them to do research because that's important. All right, so we have professional post-production facilities, directors and editors and composers twice as much experience for participating in it. We have a sound studio, opens a sound studio building. That seems particularly important. A film lab, open film lab for developing your own film right on studio. That also seems important. A concert hall for recording, large studio enough to accommodate full orchestra. That seems a big thing. This upgrade will be available in later versions of the game. Focus groups. Honestly, any of these three seem big. I'm gonna go with the sound studio because bad audio's real bad. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It definitely feels like they give you kind of a freebie on the beginning that the previous studio you bought up has a film that's generally okay. Well, all of those just got me the influence, so that's good to know. Except for our new script building, that did not give me influence. We got a big 5 over this. So we've got pre-production, production, post-production. We already have a post-production building. We do not have a pre-production and a production building, as far as I can tell. Handpick actors and directors and select sets and tech and more. Let's go ahead and start building that. Honestly, for this one, we're gonna go, yeah. So we'll let that run for a little bit. Because that needs to build. So that's ready for the next step. Okay. So Messenger of Death is proving to be very lucrative. It was something like 400,000 or 500,000 into the production, supposedly. No, it was like 6,000 after everything, whatever it was. It's currently made $737,000 in profit. Oh, it's telling me I should actually... Okay. I was ignoring the tutorial thing in the top left. gonna build this all on top quality production. Yeah, the radius building thing is weird. I don't mind it. I get the idea is they don't want you to smash all your buildings together, but it's a really weird concept to be like, no. You can't put that building there. No. You absolutely not. I'm willing to bet later we will get some stuff we can kind of squeeze in between there. And so that's part of why they've done that. All right, distribution results. The first 4 weeks were successful. The film is still making a lot of money at the box office. We're paying in rental fees. We'll make a lot more if we extend the original distribution. Click extend distribution to keep playing the movie for another 4 weeks under the same terms. Extend distribution. Yeah, exactly, JD. I was thinking, you know, put the water tower, power plant, those kind of things. I just noticed the name the movie was given is The Rusty Horn. Cool, man. Okay, and we got 5 influence. Alright, let's pick up the speed on time a little bit, because we're kind of waiting for things to build. That's always one of the balances with these games, is most of the time I usually end up running them at double time. But yeah. Script department, story workhouse. Open the story workshop building to the upgrades. So we can make sequels, we can develop new story elements. Well, new story elements I could do really fast. Let's go ahead and do that. Sequels is probably a good one to consider. Let's see, Pop Monster. I borrowed some money from some people. They seem like good guys. They had honest eyes. I'm a great judge of people. But now, some annoying jerk is following me around everywhere demanding I pay off the debt. I'd return the whole amount today, but I need a little longer to recoup. You know what they say, you might be strong, but cards are always stronger. That's all nonsense, by the way. I'll show the cards who's boss. Let's see, can you let me go for a couple months while I sort this mess out? Okay. So we got our screenwriter has gone to gambling debt and has borrowed money from a loan shark, and is like, yeah, they're following me around. I want to quit my job for a while to deal with this, and we can only choose yes or no. Just get out of here. Okay, does that mean I'm now missing a staff member from, like, my administrative staff? Construction complete, pre-production. Love to see it. We need to hire. You are already grabbing my attention over here. Yeah, you're certainly more expensive. I mean, this guy over here on the right is basically cost nothing, but is terrible. Yeah, we'll pay the extra for solid. Okay. These actors remained at the studio after changed ownership. What are their names? All right, so our first actress is going to be, that is not actually empty, Flem Sneezy. And our second actress is going to be Benley. And then our third actor, it's not empty, is Benny. We have another set of actors. You better get your own trailer. Look, it's non-to-contract. JD2V0. And then we have Kyokosu. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. And our last actor in this set is She-Wolf. You look like Clark Gable. And we've got our 2 directors. And so our first director is going to be Luxray. And our second director is not... I need to fix that bug. Ascension Cookie. Absolutely rigged. The mods becoming the directors, absolutely rigged. 100% rigged. Just give me a fancy car. Alright, so you got the story workshop. Oh, so you got to be near that? Ah, I see. So the question is, we had our, what's this? Where was our executives? Because was it Kanahawk who was the one who was like, I need a couple months away to deal with my gambling? Oh, right. Yeah, Papa Monster. Yeah, so let's try and figure that out, because I want to make sure... Oh, okay, so you're still one of my staff. You're just on holiday for 60 days. No, you're the one who can't say no to your girlfriend? Yeah, that happens. Let's see, Lindy Globe. The legendary Lindy Globe is back in the saddle, nearly. Yeah, honey. I know I know you expected me to start a new film right away, but getting used to talking is taking longer than I expected. You gotta understand. A bird that's used to flying in the clouds can't just dive down to the bottom of the ocean without a little preparation first. So you're doing speech exercises with the masters of the stage, stretching out my vocal cords, drinking egg cocktails, and getting that velvety voice in the morning. You can already notice the difference. That's right, honey. So please, I'm begging you, I mean really begging you, give me 3 more months to get ready for my first talking role. You'll see your patience will wear off. You are a perfectionist. So, I don't have anyone assigned in any of the acting roles. That's fine. I'm going to, because I got a lot of actors and actresses, I'm going to let her take her time. Because we got something like 6 or 12 of them or something. I think it's like 12 actors or whatever. It just means when I have like a new hit major role, she just doesn't get it. She just gets left out. That's what that means. All right, pre-production. We have a casting office where you can hire new actors, directors, and cinematographer, technical support for purchasing new filming equipment, sets and props, which lets you improve the quality of the sets and props, and a scouting office, which lets you find normal quality locations. Well, the casting office is way, way faster than all the others. Yeah, she's got to fight. She's got to fight for the starting spot. She's a hack. Put me in. Exactly. Blemsneezy. I hear Lydia Globe is coming back from retirement. Or what I actually heard was that she never retired at all, but she just went off to work on her voice so she could steal even more roles from us. It's too much to hope for that the greedy bee would finally retire. There's got to be an ounce of justice in this business. I'll take that into consideration. What am I taking into consideration? I don't know what I'm taking into consideration. Okay. So, attendance is still good-ish. All right, so based on the rate this is dropping down, I don't think we extend this again. Because I think what's going to end up happening is we'll get like 1, maybe 2 more months of profit, and then we'll be under for the next 2 months. At which point... Well, it's interesting that you're rank 2. I think we end distribution. No, because you see it's dropping 10% attendance per week. So I'm spending $73,000 per week renting out the movie theaters. And so if we look at this down here, we're at 149,000. So we're still making solid money. But if this drops down another 10% or 11%, that's going to drop to 13%. And so I have to get it in blocks of 4. So realistically what ends up happening is we go the next week, and this amount drops by about 70,000, about 70,000. Which means it goes profitable on the first month. We'll be making about $70,000 profitable. The second one will be about break even, and then the next 2 months will be in the negative. So I do think we end distribution. We'll have 1 more profitable month, followed by 3 months of not making money. All right, distribution concluded. We made $3 million in the box office. Top spot reach was number 1, and we made a profit of about $2.5 million. Okay, and we've got our screenwriters over here, like actually writing. League executive. I was poring over a pile of documents we inherited and came across something rather interesting. It turns out the previous studio promised the late Joe Duvall 25% of the box office from Messenger of Death. It seems this condition was added at the last minute. It was introduced as an amendment to the main contract just a few days before Duvall's death. No one even warned us about it. Apparently, the Duvall family doesn't even know about it. And what difference should it make to them? Over his 5-star career, the guy starred in 8 hits. His inheritance should be enough for several generations. That's weird that's highlighting there. Several generations. Not that it ever would anyway, of course. The only people enjoying Duvall's money are his drunk father and 2 aunts. The box office take has been substantial. The percentage we owe him is about $800,000. So, should we contact the relatives and tell them that they could start looking for another beachfront villa? If we lose paperwork? Yeah, so I'm going to say yes, because if we say no, they could come after us for even more. Let's see, maybe his father will drink all the money away in a week. We still have to pay. Yeah, no, it's a contract. My assumption is they're going to figure out that the contract is on their end too. So I'm going to say yes. I feel like that's those ones you say, you're like, oh yeah, no brainer, let's just go ahead and say yes, and it just immediately comes back to bite you, because that feels like the kind of thing this type of game would do. Well, no, but that's the thing. That becomes the PR nightmare. Well, no, the problem is I don't even have a legal department. I have a single person. So I don't think we'd want to go ahead and get involved in legal stuff, especially since they implied that the guy was loaded for a while. Alright, so we got a production building. So I'm kind of taking as the group we're against is better established than we are. I think we're going with the first one. It is the most expensive one, but it's just barely over. And highest quality. And queue up your upgrade. Line of production. Gives you control over the film schedule. Production support. Opens production support, which makes shooting location more comfortable. Level 2 soundstage. We can make a better soundstage. double XP for directors, actors, and oh my god, you are so expensive. Like, not money-wise, like time-wise. It's 1,500 days. Let's do a soundstage. Yeah, when we get like a proper legal department or something like that, maybe we'll screw around with that. But as the new guy on the block, you probably don't want to be absolutely screwing your PR and legal standpoint. You're going to put yourself in a very tenuous place before you really even know what's going on. Get ourselves a sound stage. We already have the story workshop being built. There's a security office and a producer's office. And an engineering office. Okay. So we've got the producer's office. We've got engineering. I want to shove it down there, and it's not happening. It's fine. It's fine. We just won't look at the numbers. It'll be fine. And then security seems very important in a game where you can, like, literally industrial espionage each other and all that. Alright. So, we need to get this first script out of here. And once I get the first script out of here, we will, be able to get that movie going. Do security, get Frank and the boys and staff take care of things? Yeah, that's when we start, you know, violating contracts and doing... Oh, that is kind of what I was expecting, actually. I believe, Pop Monster, you're the screenwriter of this one, if I'm not mistaken? That's, you think it... Oh, that's right. Is it Earth Rush, Tony? Yeah. We need to talk about the quality of your work. Screaming of some light on your resume kind of results there. You gained a level though. All right, so we will start the project. Or do we shelve it and try again? Because it is a comedy, adventure, detective, historical, in a modern American city with a knight, and the antagonist is a murderer. That is a whole basket. I'm thinking shelve, because that is atrocious. I believe in him, just don't cast me in it. Okay, so we got ourselves new ideas. Alright. So we specialize in historical, adventure, and all that. So we're gonna do an adventure in a modern American city with a cowboy. Okay. And this is an adventure, so... Oh, well... Let's let that just sit for a couple of days, so that we can get Pava Monster back here, or get... Oh, we have where I can make my own script things. Story workshop. Oh, it's not actually done. It has one more day left. Construction completed. Script department. Combine genres, characters, and plot twists to create your own stories. Open the story workshop. Create a new story. Name of the movie. Please. Nah, we're not going to get to the desperate level yet. You'll never believe what happens. Excellent. We're gonna do historical, comedy, adventure. And I think we lean in on that comedy part pretty hard. That's what I'm thinking. It's going to be solidly a comedy, but it's going to have a little bit of an adventure, and it's going to be in a historical setting. And its setting... We'll go with the Wild West, because that's like the only one that seems like... The Fantasy Castle, maybe. I mean, the fantasy... Yeah. No, Wild West. Alright. Remember, not every film needs an antagonist. A romantic comedy, for instance, can do without a clearly defined villain. So, protagonist. Alright. So, we will have a daring adventurer as our protagonist. As our antagonist. Let's see. So it is a comedy that is an adventure in history. It'll be a bandit. Supporting characters. We have an angry boss, a damsel in distress. Femme fatale. A mysterious, aloof woman whose motives and intentions seem suspicious. A love interest, a mentor, a rival. A sidekick. A strict parent. Alright, you're gonna be a funny sidekick. So let's see, we got the main character, we got the bandit. Then we got a sidekick. There. Because I think my best actresses, or my best actors were actresses. Themes and events. Let's see, avenging loved ones, bank robbery, a jousting tournament, a love triangle, a prison break, search for a killer, shootout, struggle for a better life, a treasure hunt. I mean, that just fits right in. Treasure hunt. Unrequited love, and winning the beloved. We don't have a beloved one in this one. I also want to put jousting tournament in there. Oh, jousting tournament. Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't make sense in the Wild West. All right, so we'll have a treasure hunt. And then the finale, antagonist gets killed, antagonist gets punished. Shootout? A shootout would work. Oh, no, maximum number of story elements. I see, okay. Protagonist overcomes self-doubt. Protagonist finds the treasure. We're literally doing a treasure hunt. It should have a treasure at the end. Yeah, sure, why not? Select the screenwriter. Okay. So, Vortis, you're going to be the one to deal with this because you do comedy. So go ahead and get that going. Now the question is, can I queue up multiple stories? We'll wait till our other person gets back and get that going. Robbery was Wild Westy as well. Yeah, now we're doing a whole bet and upgrade, get you more story elements. Oh yeah, no, there's no way it wouldn't, because that was very limiting in how many story elements I could fit there. All right, so we do have... Yes, that's the story we're working on. What's up? We get more variety with upgrades too? Yeah. Let's see. Okay, headquarters. Opens the service department where you can offer employees gifts and services and entertainment. 2 upgrades. Aesthetic staff. Employees won't throw a tantrum if you cheap out on landscaping. Enthusiastic newbies. Alright. I don't know what staff 120 and 140% means. Okay. Maintain ethnic composition of your studio staff. Sure. I'm a little concerned that we can hire people illegally and we can cheap out on it. Those feel like, because it's a whole thing that you're supposed to be able to kind of run your studio in different ways. All right. Grande Queso. I just got off a call with Ed Miller, the journalist from the LA Tribune. He says he fell in love with our first film and wants us to honor him with a tour of the studio. I'm no idiot, of course. Miller doesn't write about movies. He's an investigative journalist. Recently, a cement plant in Santa Barbara was closed after one of his articles was published. And for the record, the cement they made was excellent. 1 in 10, one of the 10 best in the state. I don't know what this jerk hopes to find out, but he likes to pluck colorful facts out of the air. Fortunately, he likes beautiful women even more. Let's choose a young actress this week. Someone loyal and not too talkative. She can show Miller around the studio, drink champagne with him, charm him with her charisma. I bet we'll have him melting. So we can let him wander around the studio and write whatever he wants. Even if he's lying through his teeth, nobody reads newspapers anyways. So basically, we can get one of our actresses to flirt with him and keep him busy. Or just accept that he's gonna do. Yeah, and I was gonna say, it's like, yeah, some actress is flirting with him. Let's see, some items in your task list are marked with an exclamation point. Click on these items for more important information steps. Alright. The actress must be under the age of 30 and have a loyalty of 50 or above. Hey, Flem. How do you want to spend a week dealing with an investigative journalist who lies? I don't really know what's happening. Oh! Flem Sneezy is basically being like, if I'm going to do this, you are absolutely compensating me for my time. Good on you, Flem Sneezy. You're like, you're giving me more responsibilities. I demand the dollars. And you're taking me for like 15,000. Let's see. One of your actresses will give the LA Tribune reporter Ed Miller a tour around the studio within a week. Yep. Cool. Frankly, so Flem Sneezy was marvelous. By midday, Ed Miller was dead drunk, fell asleep in the main office bathroom. We had to force the door and carried his half-dead body home to his wife. She was so grateful that she treated our guys to an apple pie. Looks like we're in the good standing with the Miller family. Heck yeah. Good job, Flem Sneezy. You earned every penny of that 15,000. All right. An investigation published by the LA Tribune journalist Ed Miller delves into the connection between the bootleggers of Hollywood and Hollywood. According to Miller, some of the film studios launder alcohol money through their cinema chains. The writer doesn't prove any hard facts and instead makes do with implications and circumstantial evidence. Only one studio, in Miller's opinion, is definitely not involved in the schemes, is Mosley Ethical Studios. This young and ambitious film company is clearly above such activities. Their goal, he wrote, is to elevate American culture and earn money through honest work. Heck yeah. Oh, here we go. Even in the most depressing and cynical times, reputation in Hollywood wasn't just an empty word. Reputation problems can block access to loans, new technology, and other opportunities. Heck yeah. We basically exchanged $15,000 for 30 reputation. I have no idea if that was a good exchange rate. I have genuinely no idea. But it feels like it's a good exchange rate. Hilariously, he's right based on how Rual plays the game. Yeah. Return from vacation. Papa Monster has returned from vacation. Production department, we have constructed our soundstage 1. Soundstage 1. Slightly less awful sounds. I did all that terribly. All right, bear with me, chat. I really got to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And thank you again so much for tuning in. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream, and I'll be right back. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. Okay, and relocate our position over here to have some cover. I think in all my time, that has been the single most effective orbital bombardment I've ever used. Considering there is nothing left. There is a pair of corpses left and everything else got wiped out. Did they revamp that? I remember orbital bombardment being a lot weaker, let alone mining out chunks of the mountain. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck Duckling 11. Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. All right, and we are back. Okay, so let's pick up where we left off. We are not producing a movie yet. We are working on getting our story figured out because we had our first attempt to write a story and it was not worth putting into production. Everything about the movie was just like, oh, we've got the oh man, the services building is huge. Okay. The services building is the thing that I'm allowed to give, like, gifts to my staff and all that to make them happier. It is interesting that, like, all of these buildings have their own tech tree and everything. Okay, so pre-production, casting office. We can now hire new actors, directors, and cinematographers. Cool. We can so you get people who receive extra. We can get up to 100 extras in a movie. And then that isn't something, the rehearsals are not available before filming. That just doesn't exist. So you can do scouting locations, better sets, and technical support. Let's get the better sets for right now. And I assume what I want to do now is we have the casting office. Now, the other idea I had, so quit trying to make action stuff. And it's literally the same script. Okay. So you do adventure. So let's get Pavamonster. You got a vacay. So I'm expecting you to go there. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and get another story workshop going. So I can have all my writers working on script. So this is going to be a historic movie. It happened in the past. Cool. It's a terrible title. It is going to be a historical movie. Pop Monster is going to write something that's going to put you on the map. Try drama. So our writers, we have one writer who's good at comedy, one writer who's good at history, and one writer who's good at adventure. So I'm trying to lean into what they're good at. We'll do a history adventure with the focus on the history side. Since this person is good at that. You'll do a tropical island scene. The protagonist will be a working man. A hard worker finding joy in life but facing social injustice and corruption along the way. Sure. Antagonist. Let's see. The criminal mastermind. That seems something like the working man would be struggling with. Your good adventure, not so much on the history, yeah. And the supporting character will be the angry boss. Actually, can I? Oh, like literally the criminal mastermind can only be male. I see. I understand. Literally, I can't choose. The criminal mastermind is required to be male. Oh, early 1900s. You awful. Okay. You're going to struggle for a better life. And the finale is you're going to find a better life. Can I add anything else? No, that's the maximum story elements. You know, I actually don't need an antagonist for this one. You're the lead star. Well, I'm expecting you to be on the other role. But you are right. Let's go ahead and flip those. Struggle for a better life. Jousting tournament. I just love that the jousting tournament. We could actually have a second supporting role. We could have a rival. That'll work. All right. So select a screenwriter. Cool. Okay, so basically I've got 3 different scripts going at the same time, because it doesn't seem like it costs me anything to have a script working. Alright, construction completed for the producer's office. You seem just hands down better than the other 2 in every imaginable way. Yep, welcome aboard. Well, no, that's the thing. That's what I've got going on, is I've got 3 different scripts being written at the same time. Let's see. I feel my vocal cords strengthening, my timbre developing, and I'm honing my dictation. Soon, I'll be a star on the stage as well as the screen. But professional growth takes time. Could you give me another 2 months to complete my training course? I promise. When I'm back on set, my acting skills will blow you away. I don't really need you right now, so yeah, go ahead and take 2 more months. I'm assuming Flem Sneezy's gonna come back and be like, what the hell, man? Let's see. 2 projects per producer. Oh my god, that's expensive. Okay, sure. It's literally the only thing on the list there, so yeah, have a good time. Upgrade completed. Develop new story elements. To the upgrades. New story elements every 6 months. Develop them faster. 6 story elements in the workshop. Okay, so that just lets me add more. New story element every 6 months. Story ideas keep 12 months instead of 6. Rolling edits. The screenwriter can correct problems in the script during filming if necessary. Writers are faster. Freelance writer's office. Additional XP per release. Or sequels. Sequels are going to take so much time. Okay, this is interesting. Alright, we're gonna go for the XP. We're gonna try and level up our people. Because, You'll Never Believe What Happens is almost done being written, and that is our adventure. Our comedy adventure, whatever. Construction complete on security. And again, we have one candidate who's just better than the others. Alright, so what do we have under security? Security services. Opens a security office where you can organize surveillance and investigation. Investigate any employee beatings, kidnappings, or murders. Protection against surveillance and espionage. The security department will automatically interrupt surveillance and espionage attacks against studio employees 10% of the time. Operation centers opens the operation centers where you can organize kidnappings, murders, and the like. Bodyguard. You can entrust your security with employee protection. Oh man, okay. So this one allows me to basically react to when someone does something against me. This one is a prevention from surveillance and espionage. This one is protection against people coming after my actors, and this one is that I can perpetrate things. I feel like the investigation, let's see, that's 30 days is nothing. Okay, so we're gonna do the bodyguard first, because that's like literally gonna finish extremely quickly. Can you hear a part of with murdering and kidnapping again? Hey, there you go. There you go. That's much better than that last script. It's not amazing, but it's certainly a step better. And Vortis gained a level 2 out of it. Considering you're only a 3-star writer, that is way better. All right. The script's ratings are even higher than the writer's score because of how well the story elements fit together. That adventure and treasure hunt go together, adventure and daring adventure go together, adventure and protagonist finds treasure together, daring adventure and treasure hunt go together, and treasure hunt and protagonist finds treasure go together. Yeah, I know. That was planned. All right, so we're gonna start that project. That one is not getting shelved. Okay, cinematographer. Let's see. These are the places where the events film take place. The characters spend most of their time in the locations highlighted in gold, so most of the filming will take place there. Only minor scenes can be filled with secondary locations. You need to decide which scenes should be shot on the soundstage and which are better filmed on location. Selecting a location quality on the sound and a soundstage location quality involves filming equipment, scenery, and design. Outdoors and emphasis is on beauty and authenticity of the natural scenes. If you plan to film some film scenes on a soundstage, select the soundstage you want to use. This is where we're going to take a real hit on the quality. You can always change their mind about the project and cancel it. The script will be shelved until a later opportunity goes. Alright, so we're probably not going to do great because we are lacking a lot of stuff. So, Thomas here is just better than Harry. So Thomas is taking that role. Soundstage. Slightly less awful sound is our best soundstage, so we're going there. Alright. So, we are doing this in the Wild West. We'll do the desert on location. The Wild West town on stage. You're getting not great stuff. I literally can't get more than a 1-star quality. Yes, we'll do the interiors, inner soundstage, and we'll do the town and the desert on site. Or like on their own locations. We're missing buildings and locations, apparently. We'll do a forest out there. Let's see, the total filming time is the sum of all filming days at each location, plus all Saturdays and Sundays in between. All right, well, I don't need all these scenes. The farm is the one that feels weird. I don't actually see as a way of getting rid of that. Yep. Yep, we're gonna go for it. Okay. Filming technology, we have the Doppler, which is economic, practical, and it's got pretty bad quality. It's what I have access to. Recent Sarkin, my clear choices? Probably. Oh, you can do a sonotome, which again is the cheap economic one. We will bring in extras. Costumes and props, we can only do that. We will bring in plentiful crew. Because honestly, this part of money down here is probably not enough to be relevant. Okay, we'll continue with that. Considering like the technology here is like 300,000 and all that barely makes 20. Okay. And apparently your crew is technology. Your producer. Ooh. This is another place we're probably gonna take a pretty bad hit. I'm gonna go with Vincent because they're ever so slightly better by half a star. The director. I'm gonna have Luxray do it because again, they're a full star better than Sentient Cookie. So go with Luxray there. The Daring Adventure, that's gonna be Flem Sneezy. That's our best actress. And she's done stuff in this area. Let's see. Thomas Orbitz, head of pre-production. Naturally, I'd never doubt your competence. I just want to give you a little professional advice. Choose actors who are at least the same level as the script. If the script is good, but the actor is lousy, they'll drag it down. Thomas, buddy, you shut your face hole. And also, that's literally my best actress. So you're just going to have to live with that. And apparently Flem Sneezy has the trait conceited. She emphasizes her most even her most insignificant accomplishments and demands more respect than she merits. Excellent. And for the sidekick, which I don't remember what kind of sidekick it is, we're looking for comedy relief here. So we got some potential up here. You are... Yeah, I mean... Yeah, no, that's probably a good fit. It's the highest stars we've got in someone. And then the Bandit. It's looking like JD2V0 is probably our best choice for the Bandit. Let's see. Avoids conversations and activity that he considers indecent or immoral. I'm okay with that. Alright. To begin pre-production, you'll first need to officially stamp approval of the plans. Alright. Longest task will be preparing location Wild West Town. It's going to take 88 days. The total filming time is the sum of all filming days in each location, plus all Saturdays and Sundays in between. The number of shooting days has decreased thanks to the practicality of the technology. We have $88,000 tied up in pre-production. We have $317,000 in filming. Okay. Oh. I'm actually stamping it, okay. Conceited lead and a more talented sidekick who is hot-tempered and likes to be in charge. Sounds like smooth sailing. It'll be fine. I can see nothing going wrong with any of this. All right, so let's get another. Assign a screenwriter to work on the new story element by clicking on the magnifying glass. Construction completed of engineering department. Let's see. I'm gonna go with Willie here. And then pre-production casting office complete. Give me 1 second to catch up. Okay, so it said, all right, so you're not busy with something, so we can go ahead and do this. Let's see. You have a 30% chance of creating a new story element. Get to work. Because you've already got multiple scripts on the way. What are you trying to tell me here? Sound stages. Oh, you're telling me it's being built up right now. Public relations executive. The influential French magazine Le Regard d'Or is holding a semi-secret party in Los Angeles at the end of the month. People say they're preparing to break a big story about American cinema. Apparently, their editor-in-chief is fascinated by Hollywood. This would be a great chance for a studio to make a name for itself, but unfortunately, only A-list actors are invited to the event. Maybe it would be nice to have one like that. Let's say, great idea. By the end of the month, we'll have to sign a contract with someone suitable. Or we could just make racist comments about French people. Okay, let's go ahead and sign someone up. Cool, man. Excuse me, what? Actors and directors who have made a name for themselves will receive special popular artistic recognition. This reflects the public critical appreciation of their talents. It can take decades to achieve such a success, but sometimes all it takes is outstanding achievement. So we need to hire an A-list actor. But first, I am lost to what's even going on. All right, so we've got here. Let's get your research going. So we could do technology invention, 1200 days, research group. Oh, all right, well, just engineering is slow is what I'm reading. Okay, so those are all going fine. So you are all busy. That's good. And I need to hire people. Yeah, so yeah, the Rusty Horn we're not working. You're working on that story. That's all fine. We need to go to headquarters, staff. Let's see here. Actors. So these are the actors I actually have. Employee center. True artist. Star. Promising talent. Commanding presence. So I'm assuming I'm looking when it says A-lister. We are looking for like the green icon. Because it didn't really specify like what. Oh, here. It'll probably tell me if we go back out here. Promising talent. Okay, so we need to get promising talent is what we're looking for. Actors. There's apparently free actors. Okay. Okay, so promising talent isn't actually that high. You do a lot of romantic comedy and drama. And you like to do clumsy oafs. Oh, like that person could literally not level up anymore. That's interesting. All right, trying to find someone who does fit our stuff. Free probably means unsigned. Oh yeah, no, I think we're gonna go with Juan here because Juan is like nearly absolutely maxed out. And I'm mostly just using them to, how do I make you, I want to hire you. Oh! Free means they're not signed on to someone else already. I see. Free means they're available. Well, that's much less exciting. Yeah, so, that really kind of knocked down my options here, because we're looking for promising people. It's looking like literally my only choice here is Arlene. I didn't mean to get... Okay, it's fine. Arlene will do. For movies, one movie. And you want $31,000. So we've got our A-lister to get us into the magazine's thing. We're basically hiring her just to do that. The Lagarde de a Poor Party was a success, and Arlene Marsh shone as brightly as the other stars. Maybe now our competition will stop looking down on us. So basically that gave us reputation. We spent a lot of money for reputation. Let's see. Head of script department. Have you heard of the Wandering Malcolm? God knows what his real name is. Everyone just calls him Wandering Malcolm. 4 years straight, he's been knocking on the door of every film studio he can find, script under his arm. He's an odd one. Sometimes real noisy, even a little scary. Sometimes he calms down and gets all sad and sits smoking by the side of the road. He's refusing to submit his script for consideration or even share the synopsis. Says he's afraid someone will steal his brilliant ideas. He'll only agree to sell it for $1,000 cash, money in advance. This morning, he literally jumped on top of my car when I arrived at work. I even managed to get a look at the title page of the script. It said Rotten Fates. While the madman was scrambling around on my windshield, I was about to call security. But then I thought, what the hell? Maybe today we'll take a risk. He can't write worse than our regular studio parasites. Yeah, sure, I'll buy the script off the questionable. Jeez, okay, he's a better... Alright. Okay. Really, really poor fit for our studio staff. But... Alright, cinematographer. We're gonna tank... Alright, 1 second. Let's shelve it for this moment. And just let it sit there. And then once we got our people freed up, we will put it there. So I want to put my A team on it. And by my A team, I mean they're like D+. But, you know. You can do more than one. I'm the best. Yeah, so we're going to let this one finish pre-production and then immediately get the next one going. Alright, surfaces. Transfer the lives of your employees into Hollywood fairy tales. You. You're not super expensive. It's a long contract. You got good stats. You can now offer services during negotiation. Presently, the only thing you can offer is health insurance. But you can offer new services after development of the department. Your pay monthly fee for service, even if no one is currently using it. The cost increase slightly with every new employee using it. Alright, so let's go ahead and research the next thing. We can get him a Silver Moon watch. Extended medical coverage. Illegal gifts. You're able to offer illegal gifts if you can persuade the head of the department to purchase and store them. Alright, well, we're gonna go get them a watch. Do you have security? Security is currently underway. Alright, so you're just about to clear up. Alright, security. You can now entrust security with employee protection. Let's see. Security personnel assigned as bodyguards gain more experience for repelling attacks. So the next we're gonna do is monitor for espionage. Now, the question is, do I have to actually assign something here? No. Alright, so with that, you're ready for the next stage of production. Pre-production results. We spent 88,000 on this. And it gained a decent amount of appeal. Okay, so it gained a decent amount of appeal to, like, the regular group, and then, like, the sophisticated people just literally didn't care. Had a pre-production gain some XP. Alright, so the quality of film was felt affected by the cinematographer brought it down, locations and costumes brought it down, but the actors, producers, and directors. So basically, staff made it better, but all of my lack of having quality equipment brought it down. But ultimately, we got we got better out of it than we got lost from it. Okay. You'll never believe what happens next. One second, let me hire someone for security real fast. Let's get a security person. So, security, employee center, security. All right. So, of the people here, you're really cheap for really high stats, so we're going to go with you. Okay, so now we can go here and add security, get Jacob on it, and then all the other stuff here is grayed out because I'm assuming it's not available. So let's start production, and let's go to our planning phase in our previous one. Okay, so Thomas is still... Okay, so Tom's going to be involved, so yeah, so Harry's going to take over. This one's going to not go as well. I literally don't have a soundstage available. So that's a problem. So let's go... New script, script results, 2.1, 2.6. It's not horrible. We showed that for right now. I've already got too many things in the works. Let's go over here, and what I can have for you is right now, you can try going for a new story element. What I want to do is we're going to need a second soundstage, realistically. So let's go ahead and get the second soundstage going. Because that's holding up production. Yeah, and that's the thing. I can only hold it for, I believe, 6 months. Because there's a upgrade that lets me bump it up to 12 months. Oh, okay. Your happiness is down. What can I do to help you out? So Oliver, buddy, pal, broski, friendo, compadre. What can I do to make you not miserable? I don't remember what the heck you do here, and that's probably an important reason of why you're not happy. I don't know how to deal with this. Because we've got our editor, it's Oliver. And I only seem to have the option to fire you. Oh, 6 months is ideas to stay. I see. Okay, that makes sense. I'm guessing it's because Oliver has nothing to do is why they're unhappy? Because they're supposed to have, like... this. I don't get a choice of choosing anything here. Oh, wait. Can't agree. Alright. So let's go here. So gifts. I don't seem to have any options here. Lydia Globe. I'm ready to shine. I feel empowered, inspired, and creative. I'm not the same old Lydia Globe used to know, always squeaking like a little gray mouse. Now I can roar like a lion. My old achievements are just a prologue, a backstory, a path to my shower of glory. New actress at studio. She returns to the big screen to regain her former glory, or at least that's what she's seriously hoping for.
Thank you, Draconic Dog, for subscribing for 13 months. Also, Lucky 13.
And thank you, Draconic, for the tier 1 sub. That's 13 months been sub to the channel. I do really appreciate that. So thank you so much for the continued support and all that good stuff.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, wait. Red Carpenter, Mayor of Los Angeles. Took the family to see your latest movie last night. And I don't have any movies in theater, Mayor. Where are you going and seeing this? I gotta tell you, it was a lovely evening. Can't remember the last time the wife and daughter laughed so much. It was like going to an amusement park, but it only took 2 hours instead of 6. Of course. That's every man's #1 job. Keep the women and children happy, wouldn't you say? My daughter thinks so. Never stops reminding me. Dad, you promised me to make me happy, and I'm only happy if I can become an actress. I swear, she's been talking about it since she was 8. She's already 19. I used to say I don't have those kind of connections, but now I'm the mayor, so I can't brush her off so easy. And what kind of mayor would I be anyway, if I can't make my own Wendy happy? Anyways, I'm asking you to put her in one of your movies. She's a clever girl, just like her pop. You just tell her where to stand and what to say, or whatever it is you do, and she'll handle everything beautifully. Just make sure to keep it decent. Nothing dirty, right? I won't have anything against it. Business is business. It's just, this is my princess, you know? Let's see. I'll give her a role and release the film within 2 years, but I can't guarantee it'll be a hit. I'm going to give her a role alongside a top actress. The release the film within 1 year. I am not committing to making a A-list movie with your daughter in 1 year. I'll do 2. Oh, I understand that. If there was any business gave you a sure thing, then I wouldn't need to be mayor. New actress hired. Wendy Carpenter. 0 stars. Thanks to her influential father, Wendy Carpenter is one step closer to her acting dreams. But it's the best shielder from the real Hollywood. We wouldn't want to break the girl's heart. Oh, we are making her a lead actress in whatever my worst movie is. And filming it on the lowest possible budget we can manage. I mean, no, we'll make sure you make it. Alright, so Papa Monster is free and is able to do adventure. We do actually have an adventure story to write. I hope you can unlock the acting school with your upgrade somewhere.
Thank you, Simapop, for subscribing for 9 months.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Simapop, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 9 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a heck of a lot, and I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Arthur Christine. I see you got the hang of the business real quick. Don't worry, kid. I don't bite. Unless, of course, you count that time we were filming Hungry Vulture. But first of all, it was Bo Quint's directing, an exquisite, an exquisite guy. I don't know. I don't have to tell you how it is. Second, it was just one finger, not three. I paid the papers to embellish the story just for a hoot. And third, they sewed Quinch's finger back on. He was fine. But why are we talking about me? Let's talk about you, the new king of the movie jungle, a lion, a shark. It's just about time for me to retire. Don't you think? I can't compete with stallions like you. So, how do you like the industry, kid? Anybody giving you any trouble? If you have a problem with anyone, don't be shy. Talk to me. Uncle Arthur can sort out everything. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We'll say, thank you, Mr. Gearstein. I think I got it. Basically, that guy sounds like he's with the mob. So, have you met Arthur Gerstein in person? Only a few actors and directors have ever heard his voice. Even the ones working for his studio. He runs Gerstein Brothers through deputies and assistants. They say he's like the emperor who never leaves his chamber. But last night, by surprise, he suddenly called me personally. And he offered me a contract to sign. As you can imagine, he said all kinds of nasty things about our studio. The most polite words he used were garbage dump. I don't want to leave, I like it here, but I'd like to get a small reward for my loyalty. If we can't come to an agreement, I'm ready to forfeit $65,000 for the early termination of my contract. Okay, let's discuss it. So basically, someone's poaching one of my people. And I believe he is currently working on one of our movies. This is lucky. The studio's previous owners had some blackmail material on this actor. You can use blackmail material if someone refuses to work with you or asks too much. If you want blackmail material on anyone else, you'll have to dig it up yourself. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, he is quite literally a pedophile. I wish I knew we had this blackmail on this guy before we got here. And the problem is he's already in the movie, so if I were to just sack him, it'll ruin the movie. We're not keeping this guy on. I am slapping him with the blackmail. I'm sure that's gonna absolutely demolish his loyalty. We are not keeping him around after the movie. After the movie, he is super gone. Let's see, the share prices on Vin Pascal, Pierre Zola Cola, and dozens of other companies have fallen by 30% at the end of the trading in New York Stock Exchange. In a day, panic investors sold 13 million of security. Financial analysts predict the collapse of the American economy. Cool. Economic collapse. This is great. Naturally, he's the best starting actor. Something like that. All right, so we got our second soundstage. Nope. The sound's still crap. Excellent. So let's try now if I could get this all going. Okay. So we got Harry on it. And the city streets, we'll do that on location. City interiors, we'll do the soundstage. Movie theater, their station. In place. It'll do the hotel and the soundstage. I'm expecting this to go real badly, by the way. My hope is that the script, like, when we start demolishing the script by being bad at everything, it still is a good rating. That the good script carries apart my terrible execution. Alright, so Roy Spencer's on it because I don't have anyone else. Here you go, Sentient Cookie. This one's yours, because Luxray's busy. Alright, so you've got the Hopeless Romantic. That's gonna be Arlen Marsh. Because that's our A-lister we've got for only one movie. Let's get that done. And the love interest... It's gonna be Benny. Let's see, Thomas Horse. Lately, I often hear that age is just a number. Even an 80 a person can feel young. But when people go to the movies, their expectations are more conservative. Everyone wants the hero beloved to be younger, and we want the evil sorcerers to be older. I'm just pointing it out. I don't care. What are you even complaining about? She's 34. The dude's 53. Oh, he's complaining that the love interest isn't young. Rival. And Lydia'll be the rival. Alright. And we'll go ahead and do that. Start the project. I'm gonna expect that to hurt us a little bit, but that's okay. Alright, so we've got one movie who's in our pre-production, we got one movie in filming. And then once we get everything like going on to the next tier. The good news is I'm building up a really high amount of influence points. I haven't had much time to put those influence points to any kind of use. Shield. After 5 days of heavy drinking, She-Wolf fell out of his third-story apartment window, straight onto the sidewalk. Fortunately, he walked away with only from the third-story window. He only got bruises. Holy crap! With a few bruises, but not before he spent some time crawling around to the amusement of passersby, as he was crying and calling for his mother. As luck would have it, the LA Tribune reporter was passing by. The next day, everyone was talking about She-Wolf's wild behavior. You did just cast him. Cool. That'll help. Sometimes accidents happen during production or film. You can intervene and try to solve the problem, or you can just ignore them, although that's unlikely to help the film. Alright. Flem Sneezy brought a cat to set. The thing ran away, and now Flem Sneezy is crying nonstop and can't focus on her role. We can tell Flem Sneezy, those aren't my problems, which will decrease their happiness by 40, and decrease their loyalty by 30, and lower the quality of the film. Tell everyone to look for her cat, which will stop filming for 10 days, and increase the loyalty by 25. Let's see, give her something to calm down. If we had heroin, okay. Which will lower the quality of the film. Or shoot whatever scenes you can without her. Filming will be 30% slower for 10 days. Flem Sneezy happiness will decrease. We are looking for the cat, because that straight out murders this film from orbit. Just the idea is like, to give Flem Sneezy something to calm down, and it's like, what am I giving her? Oh, heroin. Okay, I see. So that means we're now going to have overlapping filming. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I didn't have drugs to give anyway. Pre-production of Rotten Fates is done. How bad did we kill this thing? It was like an 8 something rating at the beginning. 8.5 down to 7. 8.1 down to 6.1. Hitting it hard. Literally everything we had brought it down. Start production. Oh, you're busy. No, it could definitely been worse. Like, we knew when we got that thing and we had, like, no competence. Like, when I say competent, we're low-level people. Alright, so let's see here. Got our new security person. And we could start production. So I've got 2 things in production. So the best one we've got is we're going to take the Can't Agree by Pava Monster. Oh, I literally... Okay. I literally don't have the staff available. Let's let the current ones go through. I'm a little worried if I keep hiring more and more people in, we're gonna have a problem. Let's see, legal executive. We received an unexpected letter from Luxta Construction. They're claiming they signed an agreement with the studio's previous owners. According to the terms, we're supposed to spend $500,000 in their services within the next year. If we refuse or miss the deadline, they're threatening to go to court. They sent a copy of the agreement along with the letter. It's difficult to judge its authenticity. They were the cheap ones who make crappy buildings. I'm going to tell them to go shove it. They can take the little piece of paper and shove it. Because while I could spend it, it means I'm going to get a bunch of really bad quality buildings. And I feel like the long-term ramifications of that are probably worse than if they come after me in court. Well, yeah, no, that's probably what we're trying to do here. Preparing for trial. Luxta Construction versus Mostly Ethical Studios. I do not have anything we can do here. So we have a chance of winning of 10%. I can burn a bunch of influence to make it 35%, or we can spend $500,000. It doesn't tell me what the consequences of failing the case. I'm assuming we would just do the $500,000 and maybe court fees. Yep. I'm going to go ahead and spend the influence because we've been gaining it. And it's like a 1 in 3 chance we win. Alright, so we got both movies are currently in production. All that's going there. And as soon as we go and get... Yeah, I mean, we're getting so much influence. Every one of these buildings gives me influence. Oh. She-Wolf can't get over the fact that a woman is playing the lead role. He keeps making dumb jokes, and the shoot is becoming uncomfortable. Jeez. No. I am not siding with that. We can gently knock the crap out of him with security. I'll talk to him personally, which is meaning I'm gonna have to make... My friends will help him see them wrong if we're on friendly terms with a bootlegger. Requires flexible schedule. Keep them as separate as much as possible. These negative traits hurt a lot. All right, let's negotiate. How much money do I need to throw at you to make this go away? We're gonna start getting real picky about our hires. New story element available. Vivid violence. Every squirt of blood, broken bone, and skull-shattering bullet is depicted with exquisite detail to be savored for all its glory. You're a comedy writer. All right, finished preparation. Doppelganger, you got this, man. Win that case for me. Court decision. We lost. Okay, so literally the consequence of losing is I just had to pay the money anyways. That's fine. The game looks deep. There is a lot here. It does sort of remind you in some ways of like Game Dev Tycoon. Just in like, you've got all your stuff in their different stages and all that. It doesn't have like the little bubbles that pop up or anything like that. But they do have like the overall rating. Alright, so we need to release a Wendy Carpenter movie within 2 years. Which is what our CA movie is. Let's see. One single evening in Detroit, 105 people died of alcohol poisoning. Among the deceased is the renowned actor Randy Berry. The media is blaming the management of Boxler plant for the incident. They've taken the mixing poison into their industrial alcohol to combat the theft of solvents. Investigators from Bolt newspaper believe the poisoned alcohol some way found its way into the underground bars of LA as well. Director Floyd Foley commented that the incident in Fun Times magazine, "For the death of my friend and colleague, I ask you to blame the idiot congressmen who voted for prohibition. I'd like you to hear, I'd like to hear what you have to say when something like this happens to your children." Fun Times magazine does not seem like a very fun magazine reporting on that. I'm getting not so fun vibes from Fun Time magazine. Well, no enforcement of drink, just saying. Yeah, no, it's just like the whole Prohibition area. People got pretty wild during Prohibition. It's one of the times that we actually believe alcohol consumption massively increased in the US. Because everyone was sneaking around doing it. The speakeasy scene was very alive and well. And the Mafia was making buku bucks. New story element. Fighting the hypocrisy of American life. Calm down. Well, right. Organized crime absolutely exploded because, like, again, the mob was making ridiculous money. Doing bootleg liquor and all that. Let's see. Silver Moon, Chronos Watch, movement by the legendary Andreas Fischer, diamond-encrusted dial, gold strap, and lifetime service. It's time for perfection. We can get you cigars and casks or whatever. We can get you comprehensive medical coverage and a psychologist and a cosmetologist. We're getting our staff medical benefits. All right, so right about to have the first one of the movies finish here. All right, financial results for the year. Our total income was 3 million. Our total expenses was 6 million. We lost $3 million. Cool, man. We didn't have to pay any taxes. To the very top. Slightly better results than we've had in some of our other recent stories. So we'll shelve that for now. And we can go over here, ideas. So what I'm going to do is, for right now, upgrade completed, mid-level legal protection. Heck yeah. High-level legal protection, recover 50% contract amount. If you prematurely end a contract with a level 1 actor, okay. Delay contract payment. Free contract termination. Pay no penalty for early termination of an employee's contract. What? Why would I go with 50% reduced? Oh, it's different stuff. I'm going to go for the high level. We're just going to go for legal protection. So I'm going to have Papa Monster research something new, and then one of the other two clear up, we'll have them work on an idea. I know it's just me, but you had trouble actually making money. You probably overspent on some things. All right. Headquarters completed. Ethnic composition. Okay, so what are these things? Not available. Mothball buildings. Mothball buildings at the studio to cut costs. Mothball buildings cease to perform their functions but incur no utility costs. And the staff salary for downtime is half. We'll do aesthetic staff. So employees won't throw a tantrum if you cheap out on landscaping. There's not really much under the HR department. Okay. Okay. Filming results. Oh, that hurts. It was such a nice movie script and all that. Hey, Flem Sneezy gained a level. Let's see, you have not watched too much of the past of the early game with a couple of streamers? And none of them you watched made it out of the early game with money. They all overspent. I think it's really easy to do that. Yeah, so happiness of the crew went down because the quality was terrible. Start post-production. I genuinely think we have to run with, like, skeleton. Alright, so your happiness is terrible. Emma is just better at the job, so Emma's gonna do it. Composer. We're gonna have Lee Woods take that. Film development. We'll pay the higher money. Basically, we're gonna go for the highest quality we can to try and salvage this thing. And start post-production. Okay, so now with you, we can add the cinematographer, Thomas, the soundstage, slightly less awful sound. We will have the town square will be sight unseen, the store will be indoors, and the market will be outdoors. Okay. The technology will be cheap, and cheap because it's what I got. We'll put extras, enough people there. The producer, I do not have a producer available. Never mind. Alright, so you have to wait for this one to actually finish. I can only manage 2 at a time unless I hire a whole bunch of extra staff, and I'm trying to not hire too many people. Because I'm expecting these first couple of projects to probably lose us money, or maybe make us not much. I feel like that's what you gotta do is, maybe you don't lean on building the place up really fast. You just kind of start with a really skeleton kind of setup, and just build up more. Let's see, Arlene Marsh has been doing a lot of interviews lately. However, she's been going way off script. For example, in a recent conversation with the Exquisite Cinematique, She said, we treat our extras like farm cattle. Maybe we could make it so she stops giving interviews? Let's see. We'll ask the editors of the major newspapers to blacklist her. I'll ask her to not give interviews, which decreases her loyalty. Who are we to forbid her from talking? So I have a feeling if I blacklist her from the magazines, she's going to figure out, and it's going to be a whole big thing. It does look like it's a one-time hit of -5 reputation, and I got a decent amount of reputation. I think I'm gonna eat that because I wouldn't do stuff like that. You help find my cat, exactly. I think we're gonna take the reputation hit. All right, so we're gonna give out a watch to our staff to try and get them to be happier, because we got quite a few staff who are getting a little unreasonable right now. It does seem like managing the happiness of our people's a bit much. Oh, head of services just randomly gained a level there. Let's see, Betty. I went to Africa once. Don't remember much about the country, but you know what stuck with me? I'll tell you. There's not a single decent restaurant, and then there's garbage and beggars everywhere. Some scientists believe the Africans live so poorly because... Cool. Oh, right, that's right. Benny has the trait racist on there. So, racism. Our little line begins racism. Dear God, don't argue with science. I'm begging you. Actually, you're the problem. This is your last day working at my studio. Yep, we just fired him. That was a lot of racism all compounded into one spot. Alright, sound studio upgrade. Cool. That's way less awful than everything. We will go for a film lab. I hope that person wasn't important in any way. And we have a sound studio. What did Benny do here again? They were an actor, right? Benny spoke with the correspondents of the Sword of Christ newspaper about his dismissal from mostly ethical studios. Said, Lord created basically more racism. And we took a reputation hit before it. Yeah, no, that's the thing, is like, dang, man. I'm assuming if it was a main person from one of our movies or whatever, then it would have been like, hey, you need to replace this person and refilm or whatever. But yeah, I was like, you know what I'm not doing? Any of that. Any of that's not happening. But again, the game does warn you at the beginning. They're like, hey, we're trying to accurately depict these times, and to pretend it was otherwise, you know, it's just not something that they want to do. So, this is the 1920s, and there's a whole lot of awful things going on around then. Alright. Hey, Resorty! How was your stream and all that stuff? I do hope it went well. Hey, look! We made the number go up! It went up instead of down! That's great! But how was your stream and all that? Can we get a shout out for Resorty, by the way? Thanks. Let's see, you really like the games that go for that and don't sugarcoat it? Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Like, I appreciate that they didn't, you know, lean out of it. Playing some you're playing some Hollywood Animal as well? Yeah, so, you're making garbage tier movies as well? I got one that's looking pretty decent coming through. We just had to fire one of our actors because racism. Um, overt, and express racism. It was definitely like, I don't care what this guy's role is. Holy crap, man. Get this guy out of here. This movie's gonna slay. Yeah, we're working on it. You think the ratings almost went back to what they were before we killed it during filming? Yeah. We fixed it in post. Quite literally, I'm pretty sure we fired the same guy. Yeah, it's like, holy crap, you're awful. And then we got another one we needed to fire because they're a pedophile. Unfortunately, they're one of my lead actors, so we're letting the filming finish, and then we're firing him. Because I need this. You're gonna need to hire another actor or two, since the guy is, in this one-ish, yeah. Alright, you'll never believe what happens. So we got all that. You kind of hope the developer is collecting statistics later and they'll be like 90% of people fired the racist man. I honestly hope they do have that. Alright, so we need to choose our poster. Also, before I forget, check out Resorty, another fantastic content creator, also playing this, so if you want to see more of it, you can see it there. I don't even remember what this movie was. It's been so long. Let's see, you'll never believe what happens. I feel like the person that looks like they're running and or chasing on horse is the most fitting. So distribution. I do like those little animations that they go between scenes. Okay. So we don't want to compete with everybody else. I have to do it in this block. So let's see. Yeah, so you're a comedy at the same time. I don't want to compete with the other one. So much for filming a sequel. Your unfounded conceit is starting to look pretty good. Yeah. Be sure to give enough space for advertising. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Giving some space for advertising, not competing our comedy with another comedy. Weekly screening. So it costs us very little to do our own. Didn't the first one we only spend like $7,000 on it? I think I'm overcommitting. Yeah, the first one we only did 7,000. Let's drop it to like 10K. Because I've been warned you could very easily overspend on this one. Now, screening in our own movie theaters, I think that's cheap. Yeah, because it's 19 for our own ones. Let's see, we went only 4K in the other theaters in the first one. Alright, let's cut this down here. And hopefully it doesn't end up being something we regret. That's fine. Alright, so... yeah, so I think it's fine for us to dump, like, our theaters to the max. And on the other ones. Alright. We'll take the time to do the, we'll have it be the slower production. That's probably fine. Oh, no, don't express print. Just, that's fine. So we're printing the film copies. And is this the advertising? Okay, so you are a comedy. A comedy should be good for the whole family. And we'll advertise. Oh, it locks in here. Okay, I think this is telling me that's when it starts. So it will advertise it right up to its release. All right. I see you decided to limit yourself to a short advertising campaign. I don't doubt the wisdom of your choices. I should point out, though, advertising it right up to the end of its run will attract more. Oh, I see. Well, let's hopefully not have that blow up in her face. Let's see. Sword of Christ. A candle for the world, O Lord. Wretched darkness fall in America. A new publication has begun writing about cinema. Ah, crap. That was the one that the racist guy went over to and was like, meh, 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 meh. They fired me because racism. Yes, that is what has occurred. You like how they do hints like, you can do what you want, but this choice is kind of bad. Yep. Alright. And we're gonna go ahead and try and get the mayor's daughter into her own thing. I did not promise I was going to put her next to an A-lister. My contract has expired, but I'd happy to keep working together. I'm assuming you're interested, of course? Yeah, sure, let's do this. You're gonna be a lot of money, aren't you? I'm gonna really regret this, aren't I? That is... Oh, self-important. Okay, we have successful collaboration. Can I get you a watch? And medical insurance? Sure. Oh, that's why it's basically we're done filming. And that's what that's all about. Yeah, I mean honestly, we're not going through that many movies, so we're going to cut that down. That'll cut the price in half. All right. Okay. And this is the really expensive story. Hey, I mean, you know what? Considering how bad all of our stuff was, only dropping 2 points from start to finish with a bunch of underleveled people certainly could have gone worse. Happiness of the crew has gone down because the quality of the film Alright, so same deal, editor. We're really struggling here. Grabbing all the medium quality. Gonna start the post-production. Hack Lydia better not get more XP than you. I love how much you're leaning into this too. Okay, so producer, you are still tied up. I'm trying to not hire a bunch more people. Okay. Because then we're going to have a film that's probably not going to do well. I do kind of find it amusing about the chance of, like, maybe getting the mayor's daughter, who is, like, this nothing actress or whatever, and trying to go out of her way to be like, no, we are going to make her a star. it'll be one of those things. Flem Sneeze, you'll be like our lead actress, but you know, you've got like that pair of actresses that are always together, like your pair of actors that are always together. We're gonna try and set up one of those. Alright. We got 10 days until that's done editing. And then we'll get these two out of here. We're getting our soundstage done. Cool. Sound studio. It's like sound, but less terrible. Or less bad, because it's too long. Cool. And everyone's still doing the research. I like the depth of the research, Ed. You could be convinced to help out the less fortunate for the right price. I'm not expecting to be surprised at all about being nickel and dimed. Game has an achievement to get Wendy, Mayor's daughter, to be a 10-star actress. Yeah, it felt like a thing that'd just naturally be an achievement. Alright, Rotten Fates has finished production. Alright, so will the post-production, like, really improve the film or not really? Nope. Oh, that hurt real bad. Okay, yeah, post-production did not do that film any favors. Hey, Sentient Cookie's a slightly better director now. Rotten Fates. Sure, that one. Okay, you're a drama. With the romance, we're gonna go ahead and max out our own showing stuff. Make these about 5,000 each. We will get you producing these and apply that. This is the final film agency was hired to promote. After this, you'll have to plan and pay for advertising yourself. To launch your own advertising campaign, build a marketing and outreach office. Alright, Rotten Fates is a romance thriller drama. Probably for adults. That's probably not the whole family. I don't think little Johnny wants to find or think. Let's see. Scandal 1 of 1. She-wolf crawled drunk in the middle of the street. You let the story take its course, but the public may not like it. You can take a hit to your reputation and apologize for the employee on behalf of the studio. Oh, that's such a big hit to my reputation. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, She-wolf. This is your own doing to yourself. Yeah, no, your character in game got drunk and fell out a window. And like didn't get hurt, but it made a spectacle. So we're gonna have to let you. Yeah, let me fall. She's a mess. Yeah, no, literally taking half the reputation. It's like, nope. You made your life decisions. They're unresolved scandals, which will affect your film's reception. Are you sure you want to fight? Oh, it's gonna hurt the film. Yeah, it's fine. It's coming out of your contract. It's not your movie. That was Rotten Face. Yeah, nuts. Speaking of which, once the movie's done, we've got someone to fire because we found out one of our actors is a pedophile. which we used to blackmail them, and we are absolutely firing them the moment we're not connected to them financially on the movie. The moment that movie's out the door, so are they. Because, you know, a little drunken disorderly behavior, look, I may not come to your defense, but I'm not gonna fire you. But pedophile? Nah. Just like the racist, the one who went on the racist tirade and was like, you need to fire all of the other people, as like, nope, 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 out. Straight out. The game doesn't go anywhere if you don't have pause, in case you're wondering, chat. It's like straight out that door. No hesitation. Let's see. Ken Hawk, financial executive. It seems it's about time to increase my salary. Will you agree to pay me more? Of course it's the financial executive who's like, by the way, money. Honestly, you're one of the few people who's not self-destructing right now, Ken Hawk, so yeah, I'll pay you more. New story element available. Nudity. Vortis, what's going on, man? You're my comedy writer. You're my comedy writer, and you're like, you know what? New story element. Gruesome and visceral violence. And nudity. What kind of comedy writer are you? Oh, wait, never mind, I know. You just want to write American Pie. I'm sorry, I should have seen that. Alright, so let's see here. Get another idea cooking. We've got... Oh, wait, don't we have a script that's just literally sitting here? Oh, wait, no, you're waiting for production. Right. That's fine. That's the stuff waiting on pre-production, idea-wise. So you're my comedy writer. I got a comedy thing, so we got a Wild West with a knight. We've got a comedy about the working man. I mean, this feels more comedy to me. Alright, so let's grab you. Get to work. Nudity can be funny. It can be. But it's the fact that, like, first is, like, visceral violence. I'm like, what? Are you just not... You think you could pull this off? Visceral violent nudity movie? Yeah, no, Automod was just like, what am I supposed to do that? To the upgrades, we got soundstage level 2. We can do the line production for 300 days. Or we'll go with line production. I'm literally just going, what can I get out here fast? So can I upgrade you in spot? Yeah, so we're gonna upgrade you. New story element. Protagonist finds love. What am I paying you for? It's a good story. How did we not already have that? I also don't know what those symbols mean. Sound stages 2. I don't... So that changes the name, but what is the middle symbol? Oh, that destroys it. That destroys it. What I want to do is I want to go to the sound stage, and I want to make it... Peter Lambert, Los Angeles Police Department. I've recently been hearing that our cinema is approaching the European model. Years ago, I had laughed at the thought, but today, I might even agree. The portrayal of the characters and the nuance of conflict and the attention to detail, even sophisticated cinephile such as myself has to admit we're seeing progress. And I've little doubt this has something to do with you personally. That's why it's so strange to see a policeman in films, even today, still always acting like idiots and klutzes. How long can this outdated nonsense go on? I assure you, in real life, the police team is strong men and close friends, always ready to lend a broad shoulders to those in need. The shield, the persecuted with their mighty physiques, and the true brotherhood. We're like modern-day musketeers. Maybe it's time someone made a movie that shows police risking their lives for people. Show everyone what we really are. I know how to show gratitude. Having a friend on the force will be a big help in any business. Okay. So I've got the local police chief is like, yo, I don't like the way...
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All right. Excellent idea. We'll call it Dragnet. So again, for context, this is the era of Prohibition. This is the era of Prohibition. The police are not well respected in this time frame of society. Not that there's anything wrong with them. They're seen as bullies because big bad government went, hey, you can't drink anymore. And a lot of people went buck wild with drinking on the underground. So at this time, the police are not particularly well loved. Now that said, I have a feeling if I piss this guy off, I'm going to have a whole bunch of problems. Because this is also an era of corruption. Just not even police, just corruption across the board. Like, the mob had their fingers in everything. Alright, great idea. We'll release a film within 2 years. I don't know how I do that. Sure, I will make a police film in 2 years. This will be the first real film about us, about the police. New element. Heroes in uniform. Police officers, firefighters, and rescue workers demonstrate audacious heroism, flagrantly risking their lives to save others. You know what? Honestly, we can make a good thing with that. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to go to our sound stages, because we can make better. I'm going to go with one of my sound stages, and we're going to go to nope, still sounds like crap. New technology for sale. 35... what? Confirm. And then what we're going to do here is I'm going to remember how to do this UI. And we're going to go sound stage, level 2, start construction. All right, Flem Sneezy in. You'll never believe what happens. Add a tagline. You'll never believe what happens. It ain't sleazy. It's Flem Sneezy. Let's see. It sucks that you have to demo the building to get a new one. Yeah, no, I do wish they'd let you do that. Release the film. Release the film written, shot, and edited at your studio. Kinemark gave it a C+. Nobody published any reviews of the film. Honestly, considering that's literally our first film, I'm not upset with that. That could have certainly been way worse. Hey, and JD2V0 got better. Alright, so sidekick's getting fired. Hey, look, our sidekick has reached the limit of their development. Maybe because they're scum. Again, that's not the actual person who is hanging out in chat and all that. That is the character that you have unfortunately been named. Lydia's still ahead of you. To be fair, Lydia started at like a strong lead. So let's go in here. Now that we don't need that person, we're getting rid of the pedophile. Because once we discovered that they were there, I'm sorry, that's going to be a big ol' noperino in my book. As soon as I remember what screen I get to. So actors, and yeah, you. I don't know how to, oh wait, it's contract. Ah, that's right. So I don't fire you. No scandals? Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're the hot-tempered leading person who is a whole thing. Contract conditions for 3 years until November. If I fire them, just get them out of here. They're gone. They're done. Get them out of here. All right. Meanwhile, let's go here. Because we're ready to get someone. What are you working on? Why can I still not? Why are you still not available for me to get you going? These are the risks of putting your name in the queue. Oh yeah. New story element not found. Pop monster. I'm gonna need you to bring your A game here in the future, all right? You've been writing me some good stories, but I'm willing to bet you can find. All right. Oh no. The mayor asked for this. Continue. It is going to be a detective movie. No, wait, what? We got historical comedy adventure. It's going to be an adventure movie. We're gonna go ahead and put a little bit of thriller in that because we haven't done that. And a little bit of drama in there because we haven't done that. No, actually, get rid of the drama. Get the drama out of here. Detective. It's mostly gonna be an adventure. No. Get the detective out of here. It's gonna be adventure with a side of thriller. So this is gonna take place in a modern American city. And we're gonna have the protagonist. Oh, right, so there's gonna be a cop. Lem Sneezy will probably get that role. We are going to have a murderer who will be the villain or whatever. The supporting character was going to be a damsel in distress, and the theme elements are going to be vivid violence, nudity. But I need a finale. Without a finale, the whole thing. I was gonna put the mayor's daughter in as like a victim if I could make it happen. I don't get like a supporting role of victim here. I was like, you want it to be decent? Boom. Your 19-year-old daughter, vivid violence, nudity, and all that. Because you'll probably need an element of hero for the cop one. Yeah, no, that's the thing. We're gonna end up having to do the cop thing. All right, so heroes in uniform. And a search for a killer. Let's see. Protagonist dies heroically. Could be the cop one. Yeah, we could literally do that. We could just kind of, she's gonna be standing on her own here. Oh, it's gonna be bad. I'm probably gonna upset the mayor and the chief of police. Hey, Pavamonster, I know none of this is your bag. Do your best, buddy. Oh no, actually, I take that back. No, you're the adventure one. Papa Monster, I'm gonna need you to carry this entire film start to finish. Meanwhile, I still don't... Oh, okay, so you organize distribution. That's fine. Yeah, Papa Monster, we're gonna be giving you a 0-star actress for your well-written thing. I need you to write like an 8-star quality thing so that when it's all said and done, it comes out to something like 2 stars when it kind of gets completely ruined. It'll be fine. It'll be bankrupt. No, we're actually making money right now from one of our movies. It's right about to become profitable. And from there we got another movie. See, we're making money. Profit, chat. Literal profit. We have successfully made a cash on our first movie that we produced ourselves. Keeping us in the green. Just have her role be like the rookie cop, then the bad acting is just seen as a character. Yeah, I don't think they give us like that specific there. Distribution department. Theater management. Alright, to the upgrades. Alright. Emergency printing we won't worry about. Analytics and... oh, let's go for the marketing outreach so we can hopefully reduce our cost on a lot of that stuff. Alright, so it's time to hurt ourselves even more. Yup. Because the good news is we're buying a lot of these things, but now that I've already got them built, that's not a future expense. I just need to not overspend on our movies. Because as long as I've got all the facilities in place, I've actually noticed the utility cost of the facilities is really not that bad. I'll do a decent job, and then the Nepo actress is going to ruin it, make the cops look bad, and then you both anger the cops in the mirror. That's kind of where I'm expecting. Alright. So, unfortunately, the movie You'll Never Believe What Happens is already losing money for us. We did make a profit, but it is one of those things. So we can set up distribution. Does that mean I can renegotiate the contract? Because that movie came down hard. Yeah, I'm gonna think we're ending it. Because we basically lost money in the very last month. But we did turn a profit. And we did have a profitable film, so we did get reputation. You can account for attendance drop-off and scheduling, and you renegotiate it unlike tutorial film. Gotcha. You did pretty hard in the screening. Let's see, don't tell me what to drink. The anti-prohibition parade took place in Syracuse, a small city in New York State. The protest was organized by local activists after a series of new articles connected mass poisoning in different parts of the country. About 100,000 people took to the streets. One of the parade's organizers was the actress Timothy Niederman. I'm proud of my city where I was born and raised. I'm proud of the people who live here, said Timothy Niederman in a comment to the USA Post. We organize this parade not because we're alcoholics who can't tear themselves away from the bottle. This is a protest against the lies, against the killings and destroying of the economy of the United States, and we will win. And the perpetrators will go to prison. Okay. Yeah, we want our drinks. Prohibition stinks. Would have saved like $25,000. Yeah, so we need to cut back a little bit. Wonder how the profit would have fared if we used our theaters. Oh, if we only used our theaters? Rotten Fates with Arlene Marsh. It's not quite as good as Phlegm Sneezies. Alright. Release the film. B, it actually ranked higher. A beautiful love story that never accepted by the general audience. A regrettable state of affairs which shows our society in a worse light. It's just not good. Your heart might skip a couple beats, but don't expect more than that. Surprisingly, the movie turned out quite beautiful, and sure to please the taste of any aesthetically developed individual. And we got reviews. All right. I spent too much on this stage. There's no other way to say it. I spent too much on this stage. All right. So we got producers available. So Vincent Rooks, you're available. Luxray, you take this one. The cowboy is going to be JD2V0 because I can trust in all that. And the murderer, you know what? We'll show that Flem Sneezy is a person of multiple roles, and we will allow Flem Sneezy to also be a murderer. Exactly. You've got range. You're not a one-trick pony here. Yeah, that's all fine. Okay, and we're waiting for. Oh wait. Oh man, can I rename that still? I believe we can rename it for the mayor asked for this. Cause like I said, I was gonna make something that went really against what the mayor wanted me to produce. Alright, Rotten Fates reviews. I need you to make a lot of money, Rotten Fates. I need... Zoom out all the way for panoramic view to see all the key information about your studio. Oh, okay, so it shows how many employees are not working and stuff, the story elements collection, the things requiring attention. I don't know how to help you. Because, like, I see you're unhappy, but I don't know how to help you. Like, I click on your portrait. You don't have... Oh, okay, I see. I see. Alright, so we can go here. I would like to buy... Give me like 10 watches. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I wanted to give him the watches. I couldn't figure out how to do it. Please. Rotten Fates. Okay, pre-production, upgrades complete, sets and props. Cool. We can do high-quality costume. Sets and prop staff work faster. High-quality sets. Let's go for the sets. That'll be yet another building. But that's going to be necessary to make our movies not suck. You know, actually having sets and props. Can you enroll in the health insurance? That's the problem I'm running into, is I don't know how to do these things. Soundstage level 2. Moderately okay sound. Then meanwhile, we can go down to the soundstage 1. Oh, I guess you're in use. It's fine. Okay, so the watches are in, I believe. No? Oh, you're gaining levels for working on ordering them. That's fine. Okay. Like, we've got ton and tons of influence. I just need to find a way to use it. Script results. Okay, that's not the script that we're, like, really focused on, so that's okay. We're gonna shelve that for a minute, because I need to keep the stuff for the police officer and the mayor's daughter. So Vortis, go ahead and find new things for me to make movies about. I kind of wish this wasn't quite so snapped out. Oh, good. Let's see. I can't agree pre-production. Heck yeah. Oh, that's a big jump, too. Would you look at that? Pre-production actually did well this time. It'll be amazing when you actually gain a level. Yeah, so literally everyone made that better. Alright, so security. We're going to put our best person on it, because it's our best movie we got going on right now. Let's see. Start production. And we're waiting for this script to finish, because that's the one we need to get stuff going on. Buy new technologies. Alright, so what we're going to need to do is, when we get the chance, we're going to need to unlock the area where we can get new technology, because our lack of technology is going to hold us back. Okay. So let's all right, 1 second. So we're losing about 10-13% per cycle. So it's cutting it down about almost 130,000. I think we can do one more cycle and remain profitable, because the next one will give me about 270 or 280,000. That'll be profit. Then the next will be like 140. That'll be profit. Then we take a hit on the last two. So I do think we will stay ahead with the extending distribution. Maybe switch to just on theaters? Well, that's what I was confused by when I was looking at... Oh, I know what I did with UI. Never mind. Yeah, no, I should have done that. Let's see. Additional 25% XP per release. Okay. Writers write faster. 6 story elements in the workshop. We could start working on sequels. Develop new story elements by category. Story elements faster. Additional XP for pre-release. Honestly, just keep going with that. Because leveling people up is going to be really important to be able to produce anything of quality. Let's go. 1 day left. Come on, Papa Monster. Oh, look at Papa Monster. Your script is... It's a shame it's going to Wendy. Oh, that's such a good script, too. I'm sorry, Papa Monster. I'm sorry we're doing this to your script. Alright. Scenographer. There you go. Harry. Soundstage. Moderately okay sound. City streets. There. City interiors here. Movie theater. We could soundstage that. Station. Do this. Hotel we could soundstage. Filming technology, we only got these, so we don't get a choice. We are going to try to make this as least bad as possible. Producer. Oh, never mind. All right, so I can't do it yet. I got to wait till Rotten Fates drops off the thing. If we had 6 elements a movie, it would have helped. Yeah, no, I probably need... Oh, I keep forgetting it's 6 for the movie. Like, keep thinking, like, misthinking it. Theater management. Buy and sell theaters. Okay. Oh, we already have that. We just upgraded it. Alright, meanwhile, do we have the ability to give stuff to each other? Alright, so... have a watch. You enjoy the gift, but it's your attention that matters most. Have a watch. I thought nowadays people have forgotten the art of giving gifts, but you've proved me wrong. Give a gift. Give a gift. That was a perfect gift. What, are you a mind reader? Here, have... Okay, so I can't give you a second one. The screenwriters... Let's see. Ooh. You need a gift, like, now. I got so many people who are so unhappy right now. Is there... I hope there's one, because it's non-services. If we go to staff... Yeah, I can give them gifts, but I don't really have any other options that I see. And the employee center is to hire people. Okay, you're still getting more. Basically, I'm going to need to get employee services stuff. I'm going to keep needing to boost that. Headquarters, we can now get a loan if we need it. Every month, your cash reserves will increase by $500. Tax optimization will come later. Early repayment. I'm going to go with the free money, even if it's not much. Let's see, Bentley. Yesterday, Chelsea said that she was tired of looking at the same old LA sun. Chelsea isn't real, but don't worry, I'm not crazy. I invent her specially so I could push all my vices onto her. An old friend taught me this trick. He and I, well, let's say we have similar hobbies. Chelsea and I usually get along fine, but she has started screaming so loud in my head, nearly exploded. I'm gonna start wearing a blindfold. That will teach Chelsea a lesson. Let her sit in the dark and think about her behavior. Could you let me go for a few months? Okay. You are something. Again, I'm just conceited. Yeah, no, so far of the people, as far as destructed, you've been pretty not bad. My uncle died yesterday. He was my closest family member, and I'm gonna have a great difficulty concentrating on my work. I keep remembering our hunting trips. If only you knew how many animals we shot. Wild boar, deer, there was even a swan. Would you give me 2 months vacation to properly mourn? Fine. Okay, we're still making more money. I saw that go down and Tick is like, wait a second, hang on. You're not supposed to be losing me money. That's not how this works. Lydia's so needy. Agreed. Alright, end distribution, because as you can see, we officially did not turn a profit on the last one. But that's fine. Overall profit, almost $2 million. Let's see, Francisco Benson. Word of Arthur Creston is furious after the success of Rotten Fates. Despite you, he tried to lure Arlene Marsh over to Gresting Brothers. Nobody knows what exactly he proposed, but the deal fell through, and Garstein promised he'd get even with the actor. I wouldn't take this idle threat, and it could get a lot uglier than a bloody nose. Let's see, you can imagine what a jealous jerk he is. I'd quickly assign a strong security guy for Arlene. Okay. Security is one of these. I don't know how to do these things. How do protection. Provide protection for Arlene. Select an agent. Begin protection. Well, for what it's worth, she didn't turn against me and did manage that. All right, so now we're ready to do this. So producer, Roy, director, Sentient Cookie. Cop is Wendy. Are you sure this role is right for me? I understand the script, but it seems strange for a female cop. I'm not comfortable with this. You're doing it. I'm sorry, Wendy, but you're doing it. I didn't put the effort into this point just to have you be like, I don't want to do it. Is this a joke? Right? I'd strangle myself with my own hands before I acted in a film that can't see the difference between a man and a woman. Literally won't do it. Why is everyone... Look. I need someone who is just chill, alright? Just give someone who is chill. Yeah, so you recently play... So, alright, so you play criminals. You're... Oh, wait, never mind. I need to choose free. Not hiring you back. You get to stay unhired. All right, so we're looking for people who are relatively okay. Team player knows how to cooperate for a common goal, but isn't ready to take charge or accept too much responsibility. Jess, you're perfect. You're 18 years old, you have no idea what's going on, and you know what? We will add medical insurance onto that. It's perfect. Yeah, Calm would have also been good, but Team Player also seems like it's a good one. So, Murderer... I know I'm just an actor, one of the little people, but are you sure I belong in a film with a strange female role? It's making me uncomfortable. Oh my god, please. This is gonna be a terrible movie. Contract 1 year only? Oh no, I should have increased it. It's fine. The cops are gonna be pissed. Hey, you know what? It is what it is. I've already committed too much time. No new story element found. Keep looking for story elements. Meanwhile, seems like it's about time to increase your salary. Ooh, you're asking for a big increase. That's more than double your rate. So you're my adventure story guy. A cop on a tropical island, sure. Make it happen. Are we sorting actors here or debugging a dependency graph? Yes. These are not mutually exclusive in this particular case. So the good news is we actually have been making money. This movie is going to be... This movie is going to be a big ol' sack of not good. That's what this movie's going to be. This movie's going to be real bad is what it's going to be. Construction completed, sets and props. Yeah, no, Ron Fates did pretty good. Flem Sneezy moves in really good. Let's see luxury. I'm so tired. It takes all my energy I have just to get out of bed in the morning. After that, my strength runs out. I sit staring at the wall, balling my will into a fist just to stand up and put on the kettle. I even hired an assistant to comb my hair and brush my teeth and flip pages in the newspaper. That's right in front of my nose. Please give me a rest for 2 months so you can regain my state. I mean, you're gonna quit if I don't do it, so... Alright, so we need another person for that. Alright, so we spend a pretty good amount in the stage. That hurts. Okay, minor ouch. Minor ouch. Yeah, it's basically we have too many unhappy people. Yeah, that's what's hurting us, is our people are very unhappy. Yeah, there's certain things I can get you named. It happens only once in a while. So Emma's gonna do literally everything. Lee Woods will help with that. Film development, we're gonna go for all the ones that give us medium. Oh, there's a new one with low. Oh, right, we have our own on-studio one that costs us literally nothing. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Wendy. Okay, that's not bad. Ooh, oh, okay. All right, sophisticated crowd, not liking the female cop. General audience, pretty okay with it. The sophisticated crowd, that was like a third of our rating just out the window. Not digging it. Start production. Security. Get you on here. Start production. Okay, so let's go look at our roles. Because that's not what I'm looking for. Because when we look at our staff, it was directors. Yeah, so Lux Ray wanted a break on holiday. I'm probably gonna need another one. I'm gonna gift you one of these. All right, so let's zoom out and see what I could salvage here. Vortis needs to be happy. I'm kind of looking for the really, really upsetty spaghetti ones. All right, you absolutely need a gift. All right, so we got 20, 13. You need a gift. All right, so we're trying to get everyone to... I mean, it is the 1930s. You're not wrong. All right, so we got a repair crew that'll repair stuff. So that's good. Let's see. We got the water tower. We got medium landscaping. We can get a power plant to reduce our costs and a water plant to reduce our costs. Right now I'm going to go for the landscaping because it'll be faster. I have a feeling until our costs for power net build up a lot, it's going to be one of those things that the power plant in itself will be an expense that kind of eats up its own value. Wife's permission is the cop thing you're coming up with? Oh no. Alright, Mayor asked for this. Jesse Gregory can't focus on her role because a fortune teller predicted his imminent death. What nonsense is that? Lower the quality. Find this fortune teller and tell her to repudiate the prediction. Will gain happiness. Okay, I'm assuming this is going to turn into a PR thing. Sure. Can't agree has been edited. Hey, we saved it a little bit. Once again, we're fixing it in post. I love how supposedly Luxray is doing this and they've been on vacation the whole time. Can't agree. Sure. Distribution. A good editor can do incredible things? Oh, yeah. Alright, so it's an adventure thriller. So we don't want it to overlap the other one. And again, we're going to keep it going hard in ours. We're going to not have high expectations here. We're going to go for like 3,000 on this, which is considerably lower than we did the last time. We can go ahead and do that. Apply. A promotional ad office is required for... Oh, no. Hold, please. Do I not have the ad office built? Pretty sure we built that, right? I'm pretty sure we have that. Did I have I not unlocked it? Because that is what we call a big old problem. Did not build. Man, we built everything. I guess we just haven't unlocked it yet. So that's a big old problem, because what that means is I physically cannot run ads. Can I... this is... I imagine without any advertisements, whatever, we are going to have a dead movie. It was under advance? I thought I already had it built, though. Oh, sorry. Maintenance, engineering... Services, security, producer's office. Gotcha. Well, can I not purchase ads? Or it's like literally I need to do that myself. Because without the advertising, we're probably gonna just die. I guess we go without ads. I want to run ads. I want to run ads. Please. I guess we just have to do this. I do decide to, let's see, release the film without any advertising. I don't doubt your wisdom choices. Should I point out one thing? Advertising attract more viewers? I literally can't, man. That's gonna do terribly. Okay, we need to figure out what I'm missing. Like, what building? Jesse Gregory brings in a very noisy dog to the shoot. Animal won't stop barking for a minute unless it's whining or howling. Morning to night, most of the crew are praying the dog will just die. We can keep shooting. The film's crew will lose happiness. Jess will get higher happiness. Forbid the actor from taking his dog to the shoot. The crew will get happiness, but everyone else will lose happiness. Find someone to walk the dog from the set. Everyone gains happiness. Cool. It's $500 bucks. That's nothing. Yeah, we'll need to do that. Protection results. Arlene Marsh, there was 0 attempts and all that. We will continue protection for right now because she was threatened. That's legal. That's financial. That's services. I forgot that's still even going. What office was it? That's not going to be here. That's scouting and technical. That's engineering. Okay, we are actively working on the marketing now. Gotcha. Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out is which place had the marketing one. All right, chat, bear with me for a second. I really need to use the restroom, so I'm going to go do that, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes where hopefully things don't go horrifically long and we go bankrupt. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. And for the record, before we die, we did survive 2 months, 12 days, and got 2,104 kills. Before we got infected. And I could try and go out of blazing glories because we lost. Ooh, fog! That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog! Excellent! This feels great! This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area, because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. All right, and that was definitely how trucks are supposed to work. I'm really looking forward to Roadcraft. That's not till next month, unfortunately, but that's what I'm really looking forward to. All right, return from vacation. Thank you, Lydia, for getting back from vacation so that we can potentially make you do literally anything. I see you played Transformers here. Oh yeah, no, it was just not nice to dump sand on them though. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was I really enjoyed the Roadcraft demo. They limited a lot of stuff. All right. Some thugs tried to beat up Arlene Marsh, but security agent managed to protect her. The client was from the Gernstein brothers. So he got extra XP for protecting Arlene. I'm really happy that we did give her the extra security. All right. So we got our composers. We're just throwing watches at everybody. Really expensive watches. That's our entire strategy of, hey, can we just throw a watch at you to get you to be happier? Oh, giving two of those watches back to back actually hurt the loyalty. Average loyalty of employees 66. Oh wait, what's this saying down here? Oh, it's just saying they're low in general. Evergreen movie producer David Black has been sentenced to life in prison. He lured children and teenagers to his country house, dragged them, and raped them and strangled them. Jeez. Police found the remains of 9 bodies in the basement. All his victims are between 8 and 14 years old. On the day it was announced, protesters gathered outside the courthouse holding up signs, "Hollywood is killing our children." They're demanding that criminal be handed over to them for a people's trial. The police had to intervene and 27 people were detained. Lynching is not acceptable, but I understand the people feel all across America, said Texas State Senator Jake McGulty, in a commentary to the USA Post. Wild animals belong in the ground, not among the living. This applies to the many people in Hollywood. All of them deserve, or all they ever think about is murder, smut, and drunkenness. Jeez. Commenting on David Black verdict, the U.S. Supreme Court Justice Gregory Feifel warned, "What happened to these children is the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure there are dozens, if not hundreds, of these stories in Hollywood. But we'll get it all out." All right, so cool. Let's hope that that cop movie we're making with Wendy, who is a 0-star actor, makes the police like us more. Let's see, the advertising is unlocked. The tech opposite one of the one you're currently being researched. Marketing / outreach is gimmicks and tricks that most actors refuse to do. Well, I mean, at this point, I've already put so much time into it. I'm gonna just see it through. Let's see, the past week, hundreds of newspapers across the country printed a column by Joe Green, social activist from Alabama. A veteran of the Great War, Green is best known for a spontaneous speech he delivered 8 years ago, with which he single-handedly ended the racial riots in his native Montgomery. In the new article, Green reflects on recent story the producer turned out to be child murderer. Today we turn the other cheek. Today we say a quiet prayer. Today we are willing to believe this is just an isolated incident, but if Hollywood continues to breed violence, tomorrow will be different. Cool, man. Hey, you still managing to write decent movies. Cool. I mean, Pavamons is definitely our MVP writer. Okay, so we get Thomas on this. We use the moderately okay sound studio. Site and location for the jungle, the coast, and all that. And then the cave can be... The cave and the waterfall will be on scene, or like in the sound studio. Filming technology, I gotta get the technology stuff set up. Higher quality costume and props. Okay, I don't remember which one this even is. Alright, this is one of the ones that's just like the people made the story themselves. And I do not have an available producer. So you're working on the mayor asked for this, and you are busy releasing Can't Agree. That's fine. I probably don't want to sit there and have too many overlapping movies being produced just because I'm a little scared. We're going to run them. Let's see, Pop Monster. I've been feeling dizzy the past 3 days. Last night I got it so bad I fell over in the bathroom and hit my head in the sink. I got off with a little bruise, but next time I might not be so lucky. The doctor said I'm just working too hard, and it's true. I've gone way too long without a break. Can you give me a couple of months? For you, Papa Monster, anything. Your writing is helping carry the studio. I mean, heck, you can even get Wendy to produce an okay movie. I'm just hoping that's true. I have no evidence to back that up, but I'm kind of hoping to just will that into existence. And Luxray has returned from vacation. Hey, Lux, buddy, pal. Can I throw a watch at you? Would that make your day? Cool, man. And Vincent, buddy, pal, broski, can I throw a watch at you? Nope. Literally, he's like, quit throwing watches at me. Alright, well, we've thrown the watches at who we can throw watches at for the time being. Pama's just like, straight to the casino. Oh, were you the gambler? That's right, weren't you the gambler? I know one of our writers is a gambler. And like right at the beginning was like, yeah, I might have borrowed a bunch of money from a loan shark, and I gotta go for a while. It's like, oh, okay, you go deal with your loan shark problem. Protection results. Okay, we're gonna continue the protection because you're getting XP for it. I'm willing to bet it won't be too long before Flem Sneezy's gonna need protection. Can't agree. What we can agree on is Flem Sneezy films are the best. Release the film. We're leaning into this. C+. Foolish movie made for no reason at all was our only review. I see we're going the directions of snakes on a plane. Yep. Hey, and Flem Sneezy, genuinely holding it down as the murderer. The downside is the lack of advertising is gonna kill this. I'm really expecting this to turn out bad for us. I have this sinking feeling that the lack of advertising is it's literally just gonna torch money. I mean, it's starting to make the money back. I don't know if it's gonna even be profitable though. Like, I don't know about this game, but in real life, advertising is critical for something that you're going to release, whether it's a game or a movie or anything. And it can be like grassroots advertising or commercials or whatever. You watch a lot of trash movies that you haven't found a new studio. All right, aesthetic staff. Enthusiastic newbies. Employees boost their happiness and loyalty when they're hired. We're just going to keep going down that route. You're killing me. I don't think we're going to turn a profit. I think we're going to lose money. Because I think it's already run its course on how many people are watching it. I have to get the ads up. Roy Spencer. Production that the mayor asked for this is about to wrap. There's just the last big kiss scene on a collapsing bridge left to film. It's a dangerous stunt, very complicated. We're using Sergio, the handyman, for the stunt double. Sergio is brilliant, but, well, you know why they call him the handyman, right? Usually it's no big deal, but this is show business after all. But he'll be playing the scene with Wendy Carpenter. And I seem to recall you promised the mayor you'd keep all the girls' shots clean. I can't rewrite the scene, the whole film leads up to it. We're talking about the climax of the picture, and we can't film the stunt without Wendy. She's in the close-ups the whole time. I already asked around, and the only stuntman besides Sergio who can handle the stunt like this is currently filming in France and won't be available for a month. And he charged a ridiculous price. What should we do? I could talk to Sergio, of course, but we've been through this before. He nods his head and just can't help himself. Better not take any risks. We'll wait for the replacement, because honestly, delaying it helps me out as well. I see. We're just gonna have to wait for that, and it means we have a second movie with no ads. It genuinely might be a thing that we just sit on the movies. Well, and distribution, unfortunately. Unprofitable movie. Hurt our reputation. Okay, well, what we will do is we'll get a movie that we can make like a really high quality one, and we'll just sit on it. Until I can get the ad studio going. Because without running any ads or whatever, the chances of successfully getting that to work. Until recently, I owned a small distillery in Sonoma that I inherited from my grandfather. Yesterday, the manager called me and said there was a fire and the whole operation was lost. The vineyards, the production facility, the equipment, even the wooden bust of Thomas Jefferson carved by my great-grandfather. I'll need 2 months to sort this business out. Can you let me go? Fine. Literally, I'm sitting here, like, trying things out. Mayor asked for this. Following tradition, the film crew threw a party in honor of shooting 100 reels of film. Some of the team was poisoned by low-quality alcohol they served, and they didn't come to work today. Keep shooting with the ones that are left. It hurts that. Wait for everyone to be fully recovered. Hey, you know what? Honestly, drag this thing out. Like, really drag out production on this one. I am asking you to very genuinely drag out production on this one. Okay, so get Vincent in here. Right, and Luxray is not available. I'm gonna have to get another producer. Or director. That's the title. Okay, we're looking to acquire ourselves another director, because unfortunately, Luxray's had a lot of stuff going on. So we need to find someone who's free. Likes to take charge, knows how to take responsible, but can find it difficult to work on team of equals. I don't even know what that means in this case. Alcoholic. Hey, Luther, buddy, you're going to be the one I hire because you got no baggage. And honestly, for me, right now, no baggage is really, really a nice thing. Deal. Protection complete. Right now I'm going to keep that there, but pretty soon I'm going to take the protection off if we don't have more issues. Return from vacation, Pavamonster. Good to have you back, buddy. Let's go ahead and see what we got in the ideas bin here. Nothing that's suited for you, so you go ahead and search for new stuff. Okay, director, we got Luther Berger. For the police officer, this time we're going to have JD2V0 for this one. Flem Sneezy is going to be here, because Flem Sneezy is officially at the point that they're an equal to Lydia on their skill. So Flem Sneezy is overtaking the one that's been here the whole time. And Lydia will also join in it. As the murderer. There's the stamp. Out with the old and in with the new hotness. Oof. Ryan Dole, bootlegger. There's one thing I don't get. Back home in Ireland, everyone is constantly telling me how to live. First, my pa, then the teacher, then the pastor, then the law. First chance I got, I dumped the slums for America. Land of the free sounded nice change. But before I even had a chance to look around, I got my feet and started earning my bread. The government banned drinking. What the heck, right? Back in Ireland, everyone I met had to be swore duty to decide what they could and couldn't do. But even they never tried that crap. The right to drink is sacred. That's what freedom is. And if people apparently forgot, right? Well, let's remind them. Everybody here loves movies. And they want to live like people they see in the movies, right? Then let's show them normal man who likes to have a glass or two of rye after work. And in the film, everything is fine with him. He's respected at work. He's got a beautiful car. This would be a good business for you and a good business for me. Keep it nice and fair. Let's say, on the day of premiere, I will pay you $300,000 as a goodwill gesture, and I'm sure I know how to take care of my friends. I hear your industry is pretty messed up. Maybe a snitch that needs to be made to shut up. And maybe you need someone to sniff some dirt. I can handle that with you. Sure. Because I'm assuming you're clearly a businessman, not like those other idiots. Alcohol, the spirit of freedom. Sure. All right. We got a new script idea. It's a drama. How much longer until this thing's done? I keep choosing the wrong building. 80 days, you're so... Alright, we're just going to be sitting on some movies, though. We're going to get them all the way up to the finish line, and they're going to sit there. They're going to sit there, and they're going to rot. But this game looks finished, but you also get the feeling it'll never be finished? I mean, it's pretty close, like, pretty far along. I'd be surprised if it didn't get finished. The last couple of months, I gained 20 pounds, I grew 6 gray hairs, and I'm smoking over 3 packs a day. My body is falling to pieces. Probably the stress from the job. I should take a little time to myself. Get in shape. Could you give me a short vacation for 2 months? Sure. That is going to sit right there. Being all shiny and undone. Like, because that's the thing. The game is actually, like, pretty far along. Because the game could never be finished, but that'd be just with the DLC. Well, that's the thing. The game feels like it's pretty far along in its development. Yeah, there's technologies we don't have access to yet, but like the game seems very functional. Like, just the tech tree is kind of missing some stuff. Otherwise, honestly, ooh, oh, okay. I thought it was gonna drop way lower than that. All right, that's fine. Okay, so locations was the only one that held us back. Everything else worked to our benefit, so that's good. We will get our security person to cover. Like, the incredible amount of depth this got. Yeah, it just looks like it has a lot of complexity. It does. But that's kind of the thing, is a lot of the complexity kind of feels like it's pretty much already sorted out. Like, the only thing I've run into is like, oh, that's clearly not done, is when we get to some of the tech trees here where we go there. And, you know, you've got, like, soundstage for use. You know, there's a couple of things locked here and there in the tech tree, but otherwise, it feels like everything's there. We haven't even begun to unlock all the different stuff going on there. Financial. So this year, we lost about $700,000. Which isn't surprising. But yeah, the marketing thing's sneaking up. Let's see, box office success. We did not put anything on the list at all. Critical acclaim. Yep, we weren't there either. Fan favorites. Yep, that's not us. And no one received experience because none of your films were among the most successful. Yep, no, I understand. Let's see, my only major concern with the game is the release UI is too reminiscent of Stellaris Fleet Manager. It works until you have multiple films in the theater. Gotcha. I can't really speak to that one. I haven't played Stellaris in an age. New story element. Generational conflict. Cool. Return from vacation. Luxray is back. So with Luxray back, you can get another movie starting to cook. So the best script I have right now is You, probably. Which is a cowboy comedy, I think it said it was. That's kind of what I mean. The like the DLCs would extend the game more into the 50s and so on. Not sure what year it ends now, but yeah. Yeah. No, I gotcha. So it looks like it's leading up to Hays Code now, with the lurid Hollywood stuff, which is pretty cool. Yeah. So you got Harry Ray on there. Use that soundstage. City Streets. Show on location, city interior, user soundstage, movie theater, soundstage, station on location, hotel, soundstage. Filming tech. I need to get better filming tech. This is going to hold us back in a big way, and I keep saying that, but I can only research so fast. I don't have an available producer. That's fine. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and hire one. So producer, we're going to hire another producer. So we're going to look for someone who's free, who is easy to work with. Cool. Craig here, you're easy to work with. You just generally don't... You don't need a liquor-based movie? I do, but I'm not immediately in need of that right this second. I've got 2 years to get that done. So there's your medical insurance and your complimentary watch. So there you are. The director, we got Luxray back, the cowboy. We're gonna have Jess do that. The evil witch. Well, Bentley's the only one not already working. Allow me to give you some unsolicited advice. You know better than me. Love familiar faces in familiar roles, but it's better not to overdo it. If you shoot the same actor in the same role too many times, people start to resent it. Try to give the audience a time to miss their favorite character. What are you talking about? Literally, they've only done Evil Witch once in their history. And they're only available actor I have right now, so. Yeah, no, I do need a liquor-based movie, so we're gonna end up going and, production department, line production, go to upgrades. Gives you control over that. So you can speed up filming. We'll go to the production support and get that set up. Now I can go here and line production office. Get ourselves more upgrades going. The one I really need is I need the marketing. But once we get this sorted out, we will, Alright, Earthrush, that's like the third time in a row you've not found something new, so let's get you something else to do. I'm completely exhausted. I really need a vacation. Alright, never mind. You go enjoy your vacation because I don't really need you doing anything right now. Because you played the demo like a year ago. It's incredible how far they've come. It almost feels complete now. Yeah, and that's what I was saying was like when people are like, oh, I don't think it'll ever be finished. I can see where it'll like keep expanding. Protection against surveillance and espionage. Alright, so let's go to security services as the next one for our security stuff. We'll probably end up needing more security people soon as well. Sentient Cookie's back from vacation, that's fine. Here's the stripe. District Attorney. I'd like to begin our acquaintance with a confession. I cheated on my first law exam. Yes, I graduated my first class at university, but I'm not one to pack my office with books and look clever. I know them all by heart anyway. So why do you think, back then, at my very first exam, I would cheat? Come to think of it, it's very American, isn't it? Our democracy is built on lies and blood. There was no other way. I'm sure yourself have a similar story. A businessman can account for every million except the first one, right? But you and I had the strength to grow above ourselves. The same can't be said for many of our officials. And the mayor is no exception. Carpenter embodies everything that America needs to give up. Theft, fraud, mafia connections. I'm sure all of us, especially people like you, would much rather build a fair system where the rules are transparent and apply to everyone equally. So the security of your business doesn't rely on some person's mood. Imagine a film industry that shows audiences that were ruled by corrupt officials who always are getting away with it. It could be just a beginning we need. Do you know why I cheated that first time? The night before the exam, my future wife and I went to the cinema. The first time. For the both of us. They used to call me Stoneface when I was a kid. In our family, people didn't show their feelings. But that night, I took a cheap silent movie 20 minutes to teach me what love is. I hope your film will expose America's shame for what it clearly is. Great idea. I'll do it in 2 years. Also, why is the district attorney being like, we should really be against electric officials? Like the district attorney. That'll probably go well with our alcohol thing. The one I have to present alcohol in a good light or whatever. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and lift security. Because he's been standing around with her for a long time. And we've had no more problems. Meanwhile, protection. After the release of the Bloody Saturday Western, 20,000 people marched in Tampa to introduce the censorship in Hollywood. The film caused outrage, especially the scene shot inside a church where some bandits hang a naked girl. The march was organized by Tampa Baptist minister Billy Day. Do not misunderstand me. I love America. Day commented in the situation along Los Angeles Tribune. I love American movies. I watch lots of Westerns, and it's true. You can't have a good Western without murder. They kill robbers, horse rustlers, even leader of Redskins. But you can't do such shameful things with young women. Even in the temple of the Lord. Okay. Oh, thank you. Alright, so now I need to go to the analytics side because I was doing the wrong thing. Alright. You are 1,200 days? We're going bankrupt is what we're doing. Film lab. Alright, you gotta give me a moment to catch up. Concert hall will be next. Film lab. Build you. Yeah, no, I'm not sitting on my films that long. That's literally years. I don't know how we make that work. So the lesson here is possibly ignore a lot of that and just beeline immediately over to getting the marketing stuff set up. All right, the mayor asked for this. Okay. Considering you genuinely actually recovered that to be what's looking like a good movie, how is a, like, absolute nothing actor managing to pull off a solid movie? Start post-production. They give you 3 rounds of ads for free in the game. And then you have to have, like, the proper department built to deal with it. Film development. We're gonna continue to invest to try and make it as good as we can. I mean, I think the actual... Oh, right. That's in the house now. Ooh, that's a big jump. Like, and it's a shame. We're actually really massively boosting the quality of our stuff. It's just the matter of I don't really have a way to get proper sales. New story element, Soldier. Alright, Papa Monster, I need you to make me some more script gold. So let's go over here, because I'm going to make my own thing here. As soon as I remember how to do this. So that's renovate. There we go. Story workshop. I was like, man, I can't remember where this is at. Okay, so new contractor. Gin and corruption. Alright. So it'll be an adventurer and a thriller. Because that's what Papa Monster does, is adventure. We will have it as a modern American city. So let's see, the protagonist will be a working man. The antagonist will be a corrupt official. Nah, Flem Sneezy is gonna carry this. You'll have a supporting character. Let's see. We'll just give you a generic. Actually, we won't worry about the supporting character right now. Themes: alcohol, spirit free. That'll be a whole thing. So we could have fighting hypocrisy. Struggle for a better life. We could do a struggle for a better life. You gotta hit your themes, because that's the big thing. We have to have the alcohol. We have to have the corrupt official. Those are the two that we wanted for that. Honestly, we could also make that generational conflict. Let's see. We could have the antagonist gets punished. So the corrupt official gets there. So it's like the young worker against the older corrupt official, yada yada. You get the idea. Alright, Papa Monster. I need you to pull out another miracle here, buddy. Could be finally finding love. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad one either. And then meanwhile, the rest of you are all busy. Oh, you are stalled. Let's see. Jesse Gregory got sunstruck and started thinking he was a real cowboy. He was telling everyone in graphic detail about a brutal killing of Indians. His story scared the whole crew. Let the idiot tell any stories he wants. Will decrease the happiness of the entire crew by 40. Someone has to tell him he's not a real cowboy. Lower the quality of the film. Will decrease the happiness and lower the quality of film. Honestly, you know what? That's gonna hit him really hard, and I don't care. I'm not gonna have everyone else get pissed off because I'm coddling that person being a jerk. I do think what I'll probably do at some point is play another round of this where instead of trying to go for like top notch and all that, just go super budget. Keep the cost down to minimum, just sling them out there. Let's see, our lead actor suddenly realized he's a whole head shorter than the actress playing his lover. Let's see, when you're really in love, size isn't the only thing that matters. Shoot it how it looks. Put him in heels. So, if we put him in heels, it lowers his happiness. If we don't, it hurts the quality of the film. Yeah, I'm probably going to put him in heels. That's exactly what I was thinking. Put him in heels and give him a watch. Let's see. An unknown person called it a bomb threat. They said they would blow up. Everyone would get blown up during pitch in filming unless we reduce the working day to 8 hours. Okay. The thing is, I don't want to like my happiness is already a problem, so I do want to be very careful about letting the happiness tank. Yeah, no, I'm trying to train that. We're trying to go down the path of where I got the watch as an option. I think really the big thing is that you would lean on potentially getting a bunch of liquid. Oh my god, stop having events for 2 seconds. Let's see. Jess Gregory used to work as a fireman, so he easily kicks the door down during the fight scene. It doesn't look spectacular enough. So what? Lowers the artistic appeal. Cut the scene, lowers the commercial, lowers it a commercial appeal. Order a stronger door, slows down the production for a day or two. That's fine. The armored door was too strong, and Jesse injured his knee during the filming. We'll have to stop filming. It's like, this door's too weak. This door's too strong. And now we'll get another door and be like, this door was just right. Return from vacation, that's fine. So let's get you back to researching new story elements. All right. The amount we spent per oh, that's not what you want to see. For as much as we spent, I was really hoping that wouldn't go down there. I mean, this is probably... I mean, at least Flem Sneezy is getting better and better. Right, so start post-production. Let's see, your first film was like 800,000, so this one's pretty cheap. Yeah. So I could get the people involved here. And then have her own in-studio stuff. Reminds me when Held Deep in Two Towers was filmed. And they made the main gate too strong. Let's see, fun things. When I go to bed, I keep thinking about all the failed takes, and I can't go to sleep. Then when I work, I worry about how hard it will be to fall asleep again. Because of all this, I'm always too tired to pay attention and forgetful. I lost my wallet and my house keys. Almost got into an accident. What happens to me when I get exhausted? Can you let me have 2 months to get my head back together? Yes. For you, Flem Sneezy, no question about it. It has nothing to do with deliberately delaying everything we can to hopefully improve our marketing situation. Because we already talked about the gimmick marketing that the actors don't want to do, we're gonna do that. When I think about work, I feel sick. My hands shake and my legs go numb. Yesterday, I stood rooted in spot in front of the studio gates. I couldn't take another step. The guard at the entrance thought I was having a stroke. If you don't give me a vacation, I'll go crazy. I need a couple months to catch my breath. Like, can I just give you a scheduled vacation that you get like a month off a year or something? And that way you just, you know, take a vacation before you're literally having health complications? Alright, marketing and outreach has been built. Let's see, an actor poured some alcohol into the trash can filled with paper and accidentally started a fire, which spread across the whole hotel room. No one is injured, but now Just Gregory has to pay $3,000 in damages. He's asking help to pay his debt. So be it. Oh yeah, we have theater management. Why are you so red and angry looking? Well, at least the post-production was cheap. Cool. The mayor asked for this. I mean, it's still relatively good ratings. The mayor asked for this. Sure. Alright, well this is where things are gonna get real bad. We are going to use our theaters as much as we can. We get very little advertising, so we're going to keep this real cheap for the theaters outside our control. We can add advertising. What do you mean we can add advertising? We couldn't last time. Advertising. Yes! I don't know why I can do this time and I couldn't last time. This just tells me how much it costs per week and doesn't give me any more useful information. Let's just choose something in the middle. Oh wait, let's see. So we got news. Oh, I can choose multiple. Do you have marketing building now? Yes, I was under the impression that was something else. Let's see. So we got school children, young women, okay, band in school, businessmen, middle-aged and older. Middle-aged and older sounds kind of like our demographic for this one. So let's... I want to go back. I want to go back to distribution, because that changes my entire plan. Can I hit escape? I would like to go back, please. Let's try closing it and reopening and see if we have any choices. It's too late. All right, so we're gonna be underdoing the distribution, so that is unfortunate, but it's fine. There, okay, we can change it. All right. With advertising, let's bump this up. Let's not go too ridiculous. Let's go for like $3,000-ish dollars. All right. Okay. Confirm. All right, so we get to start moving some stuff. Okay, so technologies. We can improve this, so start the research there. Yeah, it's one thing that's like figuring your way around the UI is a little rough. Construction completed, film lab. I don't even remember which one the film lab is. Yeah, so I think that's just a building. We have stuff going on there. All right. Pretty soon we'll probably actually... Is this a business simulation game? Yes. Where you run like an early 1900s, like 1930s movie studio. So, you know, prohibition is in the area. The mob is heavily in charge. Government corruption. Lots of awful things going on. There's lots of sexism and racism and all that. All right, so... Came up with pirates as a theme. Cool, cool. Keep that going. Thanks to chronic kidney problems, a terrible abdominal pain, Jess Gregor is looking like a walking corpse. The doctors say that he's on the mend, but at the present, the actor can't perform his role convincingly owing to his illness. Wait until he recovers. It is what it is. Okay. Cool, we boosted the rating a little bit. Just a little bit. But still... Improvements are improvements. Wife's... Sure. Weirdly in the background. That's perfect. Fun fact, you know what kidney problems are said to cause in traditional Chinese medicine? Being bad in bed. Alright, so... Always run all of our theaters at full force. To keep these around here. We'll have you. It feels like I shouldn't advertise one of my movies over my other movies. Which one is this one? This has drama and all sorts of stuff. So this is gonna be, again, probably an adult audience. Oh, right, the shows the film's progress now marks is lagging behind according to the planned marker behind schedule. Once you have more days planned, but only at additional expense. Yeah, that's fine. And that's because it got paused from different people having things. All right, we got a new script. Ooh, good script. Papa Monster, just nothing but good stuff. It is fun. Been having a good one. Can I get a shout out for Penny Meowie, by the way? I need to give you a watch, make you happy. Let's just let that sit till that soundstage is available. Here, let me go ahead and get that shot up. For those who don't know, Penny Maui, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Someone I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. Also, apparently been playing Hollywood Animal recently. Having good times. But does play a lot of similar games to what we play over here. So if you enjoy you enjoy this stuff, and if you enjoy this over here, you'll probably enjoy it over there. All right, double reputation for profitable films. Heck yeah. So reputation for loyalty, if your staff's loyalty is over a certain amount, and I can't go the other direction, so we'll go for loyalty. The Mayor asked, this is an incredible movie. Would watch. You should have seen what I was going to try and make it. I couldn't because I didn't have what we needed. But we had our comedy writer. And I'm not going to bother with that. But we got, what was it like? Visceral violence and nudity were two things we unlocked as story points. And when I was dealing with it, I was like, no, what we're doing is we're gonna like make it tasteful. Visceral violence, nudity, make her the victim, but I didn't have enough story, like enough play things to make it work, so I just went with it. Extended medical coverage. Heck yeah, actually taking care of people. Car and driver. So we can start providing more benefits to our people. Oh, I should actually, let's switch that. Get them more gifts I can throw at them to make them happy. All right, so let's go throw. Yeah, and he also complained. All right, so we just need to not give them more of those. People really watch weird stuff. Let's see, one of your most successful movies was Jeff Bezos' wedding. I could think of worse. So moderately okay soundstage. So the city streets, we'll use the actual city streets. Interior, we'll use our soundstage. Movie theater soundstage station. We'll use the actual location. Hotel soundstage. Continue. Filming technology. We just got what we got. Boost it all. Make it as good as we can. I do not have a producer available. Honestly, let's not hire more people. I've got like 3 movies that are all going to be dropping soon. Let's not overcommit. I just realized we're about to go bankrupt. Well, now we get to find out at the moment. Oh, wait, one second. Boom. Finances. Where do I take that loan? Take the loan. Okay, we bought ourselves a little bit of time. Not much time, but hopefully enough that we can get interest rate 22%. I know. And the worst thing is I don't think it's going to be enough. I think we're still going to literally run out of money before we manage to get to the other side of the finish line on this one. $22% interest. It's like a credit card. That's horrendous. Alright, Flem Sneezy's back from vacay. Are there ways to shed expenses? Yeah, no, I could let people go, stuff like that. But like, literally I've got a couple of movies right about to drop. Like, I've got one, and then immediately afterwards, the second one. So as long as they're not a colossal failure, we should be fine. I just got to keep enough money in the old bank to get across that finish line real fast. The mayor asked for this. It would be even better if it was Flem Sneezy instead of Wendy. Excellent. I thought only women and children cried in movie, but when I saw my princess on the big screen, I gotta admit, sir, I nearly busted into tears myself. Remarkable business you're in, isn't it? Never would have imagined. All right, so you've helped your new friend and earned goodwill points. Goodwill points are needed. Let's see. Are needed to ask favors of friends. If your goodwill points go below 0, the friendship will end. To earn goodwill points, you can do favors for your friends. Okay. I don't think those are gonna help me right now. The movie was a success. I saw a woman hug her son after lights came back up. I'll bet she was thinking he'd make a fine policeman. Cool. Police raid on competitors, protection from the mafia, protection from police raids, and they're dirt cheap. Drugs in the studios. Okay. Alright. Humor tastes with me. You mixed Police Story in the movie where the protagonist drinks alcohol. Oh, I had that one with a different one. Corrupt politicians. All right, so C++, not a huge one. A lot of reviews though. I'm taking it as a thing of pride. Every time we get the Sword of Christ to not like us, that's a victory. That is an achievement when they're like, we are upset about this, you know, not falling into gender norms and all this. How dare you allow a woman to be on the screen in any way? Stupid thing. All right, I need you to make me a lot of money, and I need you to do it right now. Wendy, you are unfortunately in the position that the entire studio is riding on your achievements. We overspent, and so now the actress of 0 stars is gonna have to carry us. Please, I need this. It looked like it was actually a good chunk of change. Just waiting for that money to count up. Oh, I don't know if it's gonna make a profit. That dropped hard. It had like an opening one that was like a really good payout and then immediately dropped. Oh no. That's not good. Whenever your studio is counted as a red, the studio reputation drops. The mayor asked for this. Has hurt us so badly. I still got 2 other movies that might be able to rescue us. It's not looking good though, chat. So, for my review of mistakes I made and distribution. It lost money. Wife's permission. Why isn't Clem Sneezy in this one? Okay. Because you have standards? This had so many issues during filming. And it's just not done yet. So get the editor in here. Honestly, it doesn't matter between the two of you, so we'll go with that one. We will keep this in-house. Do that. In-house to cut costs. C+. Foolish movie that had no reason to exist at all. Cool, man. Guide to the manager's development. Okay. So I can boost your department by 10%, or I can boost the overall speed of the entire studio by 1%. Give me the studio speed. Cool. Can you get another loan? No, it's a one and done. It graded out after I got it. You should be going away. There it is. All right. Please. Yesterday, my childhood friend was saved from a noose. They barely managed to revive him. Hoping to cheer him up, I suggested we travel America together, Great Lakes, canyons, and he unexpectedly agreed. It's been several years since I saw the sparkle in his eyes. I think this might be one chance to help the guy, but our trip will take 2 months. Just go. My contract is up. Let's see, my contract is up, and while I don't think much of your studio, I suppose it could still be useful to each other. Thanks, but I'm out. Cutting costs. So while we weren't profitable in the last one, it did give me some of the money back to cover me on the short term. Have you searched that? We've already got stuff along the way. I need... Why are we negotiating? Grr. Their contract expires in 119 days. And it'll take 120 days. That's fine. I'll just wait till my other people are freed up. One day off. Come on, man. Wife's permission is also going to lose money. No. I've got enough influence to bury someone alive, but I can't do anything with it. Yep, and distribution. I wonder what happens if my reputation bottoms out. I imagine it's probably not good. because that's like seen as the studio being a commercial failure. All right, so Vincent takes that one. We're going to have Luxray take that one. Lydia's gonna have to fill in. Or not, because neither of them are available on their contract. We'll wait for Flem Sneezy. Just turned into the sea, your movies are doing as well as my own. Well, we actually had some really good ones early on, and then I started trying to do the films that they wanted me to do up here. And we've been getting burned by that the entire way. And making sure we get marketed right away? Yeah. You went bankrupt 3 times so far? Well, so far, I would say my big mistakes is I didn't get marketing early enough. I expanded my facilities way too fast. And I think, like, I'm going for, like, the top quality. I think, honestly, early game when you know you can't make good movies, it almost feels like you might want to go with the route of just kind of tossing a bunch of crap movies over the line, like, over the fence. So basically make it as cheap as you possibly can, just to get those early levels in on your characters. To the very top. Sure, this one. Okay. So we're gonna use all of our theaters to keep our spend pretty low on our competitors' theaters. You can make this apply. Let's see, if you fire employees, you still have to pay the remaining contract fee. They have a early termination fee, I believe. What type of movie was this? This was an adventure thriller. So this would be possibly one that's good for, like, the whole family or whatever. Let's see here. That's sophisticated readers, that's band, that's businessmen, that's young women. So that's fine. I might not be spending enough on my marketing is also another thing that could be. Yeah, no, I found it seems like one big problem you can run into is it's very easy to, like, just way get too many theaters, and the theaters are one of your major expenses from what I'm seeing. Alright, I need my main actor to get back here. Flem Sneezy needs to get back over here so he can get you to work. Let's see. Los Angeles District Attorney spoke about anti-corruption rally outside City Hall. His sharp criticism of the administration made the front page of the Los Angeles Tribune. They've ruined Los Angeles. Their corruption is everywhere. The mob, the police are working hand in hand, while City Hall covers them up. I know how to fix it. I have a plan, but I can't do it as a district attorney. Political scientist Andrew Crook commented on his speech. Stripes clearly has big plans, and we'll see him vaulting to the mayor's chair, I expect. All right. Okay. Flem Sneezy's back. It's time to make a movie. All right, Flem Sneezy. Do you want to try and negotiate? Yes, we will be extending your contract, Flem Sneezy. We're going to add an offer. There's medical insurance. And a watch. Actually, we'll even give you good medical insurance. That's not bad. And the corrupt political official, JD is going to have to take that. And I'm going to have to negotiate extending your contract. Oh, man. All right. Medical coverage, there's a watch. Okay, it's not like... I keep seeing the big numbers over here. I'm like, oh, no. Okay, so we've got some of our best people here. We need you to save the studio. He gets twice as much as me? Yep, 1930s, man. 1930s. Alright, a reasonable amount of landscaping. Let's start going for the power plant. So we can start offsetting some of our utility costs. I do wonder with, like, the years and all that. So we've only been in the game. We're going up on year 2 or whatever. Oh, wait. What's the crown? Is that friends? Gotcha. Let's see. Contract cinema rates. I just had a little brainstorm. Seems like a brilliant idea to me. So imagine you're an illegal migrant. Oh, no. I'm going to say no to that before we get in there. Nope, I know where this is going. Where we start basically having people show up at things. Let's see. Yesterday my friend got drunk at a party and she asked me to help her get home. We dropped her by the studio on the way. And I must say, I despise the Christines. But their studio is impressive. Apricots growing everywhere. Golden koi swimming in the fountains. Hey, your local guru. Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. How was your stream? What were you playing and all that? Apricots growing everywhere. Golden koi in the fountains. Marble sidewalks polished to the shine. I was offended when I heard the Grindstone brothers call our studio a barnyard. They say only vegetation here is tumbleweed and you have to cover your face with a scarf if you don't want to choke on the dust. Some Forza? Gotcha. Well, if you're looking for some Forza, you can check out your local guru. Plays a whole lot of simulation games. Good times over there. Definitely something to recommend. He has a female friend. I feel like he's lying. It is what it is. I thought maybe we could improve the grounds a little. After all, the Gersteins are no better than us. This way, this would be a big plus for you, and all the people in the studio would be happy. You're right. A little polish. We shoot movies here. We don't frolic in Apricot. We'll see if that makes people happy because I do need things. Let's see. You can change the level of amenities in your maintenance department. Landscaping, medium. The higher the upgrade level, the more lovely and comfortable the studio grounds is. Most of the employees will probably appreciate this. So happiness has been a problem. So let's go ahead and up the landscaping. Hey, look, we have trees now. Now everyone spends their lunch breaks lying in the lawn in the shady palms, leafing through the latest reviews, drinking champagne and laughing out loud. It's as if we're in paradise, and such a shame how quickly one grows accustomed to things. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, I forgot we were making gin and corruption. It is what it is. Oh, that hurt. What affected it? Everything. Add security to it. The directory will not film unnecessary seeds to do that. Minimum takes, the directory will do the minimum number it takes. It's faster, but it's expense and quality. We could change the days per week and all that. I'm going to just leave it alone for right now. Alright. And we're back into the negatives. Upgrades complete, high quality sets. I didn't think I actually clicked it. High quality props. This is where I think it goes under, chat, because we already took our loan. That number's going down, and I still got a little while yet until we have our next movie out. Thanks, but I'm out, Lydia. I can't afford you. Withdraw the amount on account in plus. I think that's basically saying this is how long we have till game over. Which I believe we are what is called screwed. Script department, upgrades, additional 50% experience on pre-release. Story ideas. No, it's this one. Extra story ideas per movie. Barring some miracle, like that this ends up being a colossal thing. This is it, isn't it? And B- is actually decent. A film that spits into the viewer's very soul. Utter trash, unworthy of even a second of your attention. Gutter trash that offers no comparison with great films of the past. So much is clear to any true lover of cinema. But love of cinema, understand the art, seems to be fading a quality in Hollywood. Seems like you're going to the very bottom. Yep. Yeah, so I have learned a lot from this run. I do think, like, if we do another run, like, it probably won't be today, but if we do another run, I do think we could do way better. Like I said, I think me just going to try and, like, maximize the quality at all costs when my actors aren't leveled up enough to capitalize on that, it'll be a hard thing to do. Come on to the very top. Come on to the very top. Oh, that's a good payout. That's a really good payout. Arthur Gerstein. Last time we talked, I might have seemed a little overconfident, even arrogant anyway. I hope you're not offended. Believe me, no one cares about this film business of ours as much as me. My goal is to bring people together, not push them away. I learned back in my youth in Minsk. My friends and I were bullied by some punks who called themselves the Nyom Gang. And not just us, but the whole neighborhood. So what did I do? I made a deal with the neighborhood kids, even the ones I couldn't stand. And we called ourselves the Alliance. Together, we gave those jerks such a beating that no one ever heard from them ever since. Those are good times. We should make a movie about that sometimes. Politicians, priests, and all the do-gooder hypocrites, they're just like the Nyom Gang. They think they can attack us in our business and get away with it? They're exploiting the fact that we're divided. But don't worry, I've got an idea. I even discussed it already with a couple of our colleagues, so don't let them get you down, kid. Good news is on the way. Thank you, I'm waiting with bated breath. It's been good. We definitely made a bunch of mistakes and all that. I'm imagining it's going to tell me no. Extended medical coverage. So to the very top is going to be profitable, but I think it's going to be too little too late. How involved is making process? Oh, it's got a lot of depth to it. Like a lot of depth. Roy Spencer, producer. I can't afford you. I can't afford any of you people. Yeah, it's... Because the thing is, I don't get paid until I end this, I think. So the very top is officially profitable. It has made money. But I'm assuming in 3 days we get a game over. This is great. Every one of my executive staff's contracts have expired all at the same time. Oh, I mean, at least you're cheap. You're $2,000. Nobody who fails in this business ever admits they made a mistake. People usually just blame bad luck. Well, now you're among the lucky ones who can't pay their bills. The world of cinema will move on without you, provided, of course, you're ready to give up so easily. Depart in shame, my head hanging low. No, I think we're like loading your save, in this case, as already on the downward spiral. I would just be doing that. That said, that's fine. I'm going to hit this button here real fast. I will likely play this on stream again. I had a lot of fun with it. It really reminds me of like Game Dev Tycoon, except with multiple extra layers on top of it, and all that kind of stuff. So I definitely enjoy the way it also takes like the morally gray approach, where generally speaking we were mostly on the up and up and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, so kind of the evaluation of the mistakes I made this run, of what I think we did wrong. By going heavy into putting a lot of money to just expand our place really quickly, I definitely stretched myself thin. And I had like, we were really putting in like special effects and all the extra sound systems and all this other stuff. But then, my actors were still only like 3.5, 4 stars, and all of the supporting staff and all that. So it's just one of those things, I wasn't really able to take advantage of it. So it was basically, as things went on, our movies were getting less and less profitable just because I was putting way more cost into producing the movie without really appreciably improving the movie. So I do think the thing of what I need to do is the next time, get the marketing up right away, because that got us in trouble. Because I need to have that before we ever third movie gets done. So you seem as mistaken about the ad building. Don't hold it against you. Oh no, you're all good. You're all good. So it feels like getting a lot of the stuff that doesn't add expenses to me to make better quality movies is probably good. Going and getting like all the huge investments for a bunch of stuff, probably not the big win. Those side things where we got our friends do seem like a thing to get yourself in trouble, so far as like releasing the movies and then not getting as good scores because you're putting out a movie that's not as popular. The pro-police one at a time that police are pretty unliked because of prohibition and everything. Those were like the beginning of my bad movies, were doing a lot of those ones. But yeah, no, it's fun. I also feel like I want to be extremely picky about my staff, because you've got like your staff that are like racist and sexist and all sorts of other things. Like, nah, man, those people aren't worth it. Go like way worse actors and build them up, because the moment you're like, all right, we're gonna give her a lead, and they're like, no, why does she get a lead when I get out of here, screw. Anyways, with that said, it is gonna be just a couple minutes early. Normally I go like another 5, 6, 7 minutes or whatever, but obviously we're at a really good stopping point. So what's going to end up happening is, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you aren't already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow on the channel. If you're over on YouTube watching, don't forget forget to subscribe. The stream will be ending abruptly over there. Over here on Twitch, okay, that's awkward with the music going away. Over here on Twitch, I'm gonna go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we're gonna go find